going. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Only send a guest request if you're on TikTok. If you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Yo.
What's up, Dean? How you doing?
Dude, I'm doing great. I just got off. I was wondering if you wanted to co-host for a guest.
Yeah, it sounds great. That sounds great. How were your debates today so far?
I feel like it was a good 50-50. There's some decent conversations. A lot of bad ones, but a lot of decent ones. It was all right.
That's good. That's good. Good thing you didn't get banned like me, because I yesterday got banned on both my accounts, apparently. So that was fun.
Whoa, dude, that's brutal.
I know, right?
Dude, fuck TikTok for that.
I know, right?
Oh, hello.
What's up, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you sport Donald Trump?
I do, yes.
What's your birth year?
2005.
Okay. If you could go back, 2005, you said you're 18?
No, I said I'm 20.
Okay, sorry. What month?
June 29th, 2005, baby.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
Honestly, probably Donald Trump still. But granted, I'm not extremely MAGA per se.
Can I just ask you a quick question?
He did say 21. Or were you going to ask him about that? Sorry.
No, I was going to ask him a quick question about his profile picture in the Burger King crown that he had on in his profile picture.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Who? Oh, it's me?
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
No. No, I don't.
Appreciate you, Jane, very much. We are just looking for some debates right now. We appreciate you very much. Let's go to the next person real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Let's get a debate up here. Do give it a second for people to join. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I did not mean to request.
You're good. Don't worry. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Did it take you a second to get your debates up today?
I don't know. I think so. I honestly kind of forget. If there's anyone in here that was watching for the full time, did it take a second to get the debates up at the beginning? Honestly, the days of the streams, they kind of just all blend together. So I don't have a good temporal understanding of how the streams go on a day by day basis.
That's funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh.
How old are you? Okay. Well, it seems like it's going to take a second for us to get some debates up here for a second. So in the meantime, let's tap that screen if you're on TikTok. And if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. We'll get the debates up here very, very soon. Don't worry, everybody. Okay, let's get the next person up here. Again, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. So please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's get the next person up here real quick. London, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
Trump.
Have you been on my stream before?
No.
Okay. Why would you support Trump?
He's good for immigration.
You've totally been on my stream before.
Oh,
I don't believe that.
Okay. One thing about my stream today and yesterday is everyone wanted to come up to talk about immigration. Every single person.
Really? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
47.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
So his stance on tariffs, saying that America has paid enough tariffs, we need to start thinking about America first. His bringing back family values to the core. His taking out career politicians, taking the defunding that funding's been going to foreign countries for different reasons, for fraudulent reasons, removing those items, bringing that money back to America. And then the last one would be immigration.
Okay, so there's a few things here I'd like to address. Could you tell me how he's upholding family values in this country?
I mean, he's no longer allowing schools to I don't want to try to say things going to get your lives shut down. So I'm trying to be correct about these things.
Here, how about I
he's
just
trying to
ask
bring
you
back-
this question? Do you think that Donald Trump is upholding family values when he cheats on every single one of his wives?
No, I do not.
Okay.
I also, Daniel, were you going to go on to talk about how they're banning books talking about gay people in schools?
Yes.
All right, I actually think that erodes family values. Do you agree that American families should be happy and healthy?
Yeah.
Did you know that when we stigmatize gay relationships, gay couples, and we don't teach our children in schools age-appropriate content material going over different family dynamics, such as how some people could have a mom and a dad, 2 moms, 2 dads, or just a mom or just a dad, that this leads to more bullying through a lack of understanding of children with these different family dynamics? So if you think that American families should be happy and healthy, well, then you should advocate for age-appropriate content material to be taught to children in schools about different family dynamics.
Do you think that should be left up to the parents to do that?
I think that schools are supposed to teach kids about the reality around us, and these different family dynamics are part of the reality around us. Therefore, I think it would be an obligation of the school.
So if I decided, hey, you know what, I want to have that talk with my daughters, and whenever they get age appropriate, and the school takes that right away from me, and they do it before I have a chance to, you think that's okay?
You know that people said that same thing about evolution? Like
Yeah.
the creationists that argued that like they didn't want evolution in the school system, and that was specifically the conversation that they were supposed to bring up with their kids, and not something that's supposed to be brought up by the public school system.
Why would we have evolution in school systems?
Because it's a scientific fact, and it's, explaining the world around us.
Yeah.
Well, there's different. I guess I don't know your which evolution you're talking about. Evolution of man, evolution of animals, evolution of life.
What?
There's all kinds of evolution. I'm trying to
Evolution
decide
of
which one you're
life and animals would be also applicable to humans.
I don't believe we evolved, so no, that should not be a thing in school. No.
You don't believe that we evolved? Okay.
No.
So we should so 1 second. You're denying evolution in science. So if you're obviously not acquainted with reality, it seems.
Oh, absolutely. I just believe in God created all.
Okay. So God created all. Did God create could God create evolution? How about that?
Could he? Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so then why don't you think that it's possible that God just created every scientific fact? So why do you have to deny science to believe in God? Because there are plenty of people that believe in God that don't deny science.
Yeah, there's actually really good Christian apologetics for how evolution could be true while God exists. It sucks that you ignore them because it just makes you a very unintelligent person.
It doesn't make me unintelligent, not at all.
Really, you just said that evolution is bullshit. Wait, do you think that human beings are animals?
Are we mammals? Yes, we're mammals.
Do you think that we're animals?
Animals? No.
Okay, so do you think all mammals are animals?
No.
No? There are some mammals that are not animals. Could you tell me what mammals those would be?
We're mammals. We're not animals.
Can you tell me what a mammal is?
In a basic term, a person who gives a being that gives a actual life to a warm-blooded, gives actual life when they're born. They're living.
Okay, what is an animal?
What do you mean?
What is an animal?
An animal is like a monkey, dog,
No,
cat.
not an example. I didn't ask you for examples. I'm not in kindergarten class. I'm asking you, what is an animal?
Well, give me. I don't know the actual definition, true definition for it now.
Okay, so then, based on the way that we biologically use the term animal, it's applicable to human beings. And mammals are animals, okay? The idea that mammals are not animals is kind of like this weird creationist idea. It seems, I don't even know if all creationists hold to this, but it's seemingly like something I've heard a few times. Did you learn this in 5th grade?
I probably did. It's been years since I've been in 5th grade. I'm 47 years old.
Sure. I mean, but obviously, this is very, very, very important information for us to know that science, evidence is the basis for evolution. We have a fossil record that indicates that to be true. I mean, can you explain why we have fossil records of different hominin species?
I mean, yes, different species have, like the frog, for example. The tadpole evolves into the frog. Yes, I see what you're saying with there. But to say that man came from an ape or came from a speck on the ground and evolved into what we have today, it does not exist. No.
Okay, well, I guess I want to ask you this more specific question, like talking about the fossil record. You know, like there's plenty of like species that are like very similar to like Homo sapiens sapiens. They're part of like the hominin species in the fossil record, but they're like not quite identical, right? Such as like the study of the fossil record of Neanderthals, for instance, right? So how do you explain the existence of Neanderthals in the fossil record at a point in history where we could point towards a lack of the existence of fossils identical to yours or mine?
So you're let me get the question straight. So you're saying that we have Neanderthals records showing that their fossils exist, but it like
Right,
mine
but
bone
that's the
structure.
same point. Like we have no record that point towards the idea that your fossils existed at that point in time, or my fossils existed at that point in time.
Because you're talking about a different age and time.
Or so are you saying that like only like Neanderthals existed like 150,000 years ago?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're talking about a different age and time.
Then that's just like then that's kind of microevolution.
Wait, yeah. Do you
How?
believe in watch this? Do you believe in microevolution?
I'm not sure what microevolution is.
Like, do you just change in like traits over time? Like
I'm not sure. Again, I would have to, because again, I don't know what that's not my evolution and science is not my.
Okay, so amongst different species, when do you think there's a change in traits over time? Do they
Yes.
adopt different traits based upon adaptations, based upon?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, so given that that's the case, you believe in microevolution, seemingly. Okay, do you believe in macro?
If that's what that means, yes. Again, if I don't know what micro is, I doubt if I know what that is.
Okay, macro is just micro plus time. So if you believe in that type of evolution over very, very long periods of times, those changes, right, compound, right? And it creates such big changes that we see differences in species.
Give an example.
Right. Okay, so like we've observed the speciation of finches, right, of different types of bird species.
Okay.
The speciation.
Because they adapt to their environment. Yes, I agree.
So yeah, given that there's enough changes over time that compound, right, there becomes enough of a change where there's going to be a distinction in species. That's all we're talking about in terms of evolution. So this is a fact of reality. This is scientifically based. Do you believe in climate change?
To a degree, yes.
Like, do you believe in human-caused climate change?
Yes.
Okay, so
But not to the extent where I believe that we should make everything green and try to return that at that timetable back, because even if we did
you
that,
just don't think
even
that
if
we should
started
just
right
try
now
to
today,
address climate change. So you believe
300
climate
years
change
from now,
exists,
it
you just
still
don't
gonna
want
be
to
the same
address it? Okay, whatever, but you do believe it exists. The point that I'm saying is that you believe in science there, right?
No, I believe it exists. I believe it exists. I believe that not to the extent that they want to say it exists at, but I also believe that if the system that they want to try to put in place to change that system is just going to make it worse.
That's actually not true. Did you know that like in the 80s, the ozone layer had a massive tear in it? And now today, as of this year, the ozone layer is completely repaired. Right?
Okay, where'd you find the
anti-ozone
information?
initiatives.
Where did you find that information?
Dude, I don't have a source on hand. I'm sure if you look it up, you can find something. Or if you'd like me to find a source for you, I could do that.
No, I don't want. The problem that I have with a lot of studies is our government and people who believe in those things. They feed you information that you just take for what it is. You don't actually. Nobody actually went out doing their own studies on those over here. It's not happening.
So
Yeah,
you're right. I don't
we
do my
actually
own
have
studies.
we actually have seen like that change, and you can see that based upon like the consensus of scientists, climate scientists that have gone over this. That's what they've indicated to be true.
So
if we look at
if I'm a
consensus,
person,
consensus indicates something very likely to be true, unless you have reason to believe.
okay, I agree with you. I agree with you to a certain extent. Now, if I'm a multi-billionaire and I have 13 scientists and I'm funding into their programs, what their research is, but I want the outcome to be this, do you think they're going to go toward my outcome, or they're going to do their actual scientific
Those
findings and
conflicts
say,
of
no, this is
interest
not
would be
true.
listed within the context of the study.
Okay.
Right. And
Then
Parker,
you
I'm
have to
gonna, go
believe in the
drop,
Bible. Then, if that's true, you have to believe in the Bible.
I'm gonna go to drop down at this point, Parker. I appreciate you for letting me up, and I hope you have a good stream today, man.
Appreciate you, man. So,
Bye, chat.
yeah, what did you just say at the end there?
If that's the case, then you have to believe in the Bible,
Why? Why do I have to believe in the Bible?
because it was written by 40 different people.
What?
Over a span of what,
I'm not just saying it
1,500
was
years?
written by 40 people. When I'm talking about a scientific consensus, I'm talking about people who have a particular expertise within the field that have an accredited history, right, in studying it. Right? I'm not just talking about claims from, things that have been passed down word of mouth for generations prior to even being written down, right? Like,
It was written by 40 different individuals over a span of 1,500 years, and they all said the exact same thing. So how is that?
are you talking about the
not
New or
possible?
Old Testament?
Both.
What? That's definitely not true. What are you talking about?
So
What do you
before
mean
a book
both?
can come in the
What do you
Bible,
mean both, bro?
hang on.
Wait, I have a
I'm gonna
question. Can
explain
you
to
tell
you.
me what the difference is between the Old and New Testament?
The covenant of God. In the Old Testament, you had to your sacrifice was a, for lack of a better word, a physical. So you had to make a physical whether it would be a lamb, a sheep. It had to be innocent. It had to be a certain kind of sacrifice for God, and we were held to law, not to grace. In the New Covenant, or the New Testament, we were held by what Jesus did, His sacrifice for us.
Okay. Can you tell me the first 4 books of the Old Testament?
Off the top of my head, let me see: Genesis, Exodus. Again, I'm drawing a blank.
What about the New Testament?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts.
I have a question. What's your favorite Bible verse?
A lot of people like to say John 3:16. That's known throughout the whole world. I don't really have one. I'm not. Just to be clear, I believe in God. I believe in Jesus, but I'm not a practicing Christian.
Okay. Okay. All right. You're not a practicing Christian. Okay. Interesting. So then I guess why'd you bring it up?
Because I believe that America, once we get back to our core values of Christianity, of God and country, then this country will be a better place.
You want us to go back to our core values of following God, but you just said you're not a practicing Christian.
Yeah, 100%. What?
Doesn't that, shouldn't you look in the mirror and practice what you preach first? Before you tell other people to do it, maybe do it yourself.
Well, there's different things. I don't read my Bible every day. I don't go to church every Sunday. I haven't been to church in probably 3 years. But there's different reasons for that I'm not going to go into here. That okay. I've chose to not go down that route.
For sure. Let's go back into some of your other
I
points
because
I think it's very clear that Donald Trump didn't uphold family values. We could talk about other things. Can you name one America First policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed?
Say that again.
Could you name one America First policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed?
Whenever he did the tariffs on other countries.
Okay, so what is a tariff?
A tariff is whatever you take a import, or actually it's an import to another country or an export from another country, and you put a price on that.
Okay, it's a tax on an imported good. Who pays that tax?
Usually it's the country that does it. I know you're going to tell me no, it's the people, the consumer, but that doesn't have to be the case.
No, it's the American business owner that's importing the product, and it's passed down to the consumer because it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution. So that is the process. You're saying it's paid by the country around the world? No, you have no reason to believe that. Why do you believe that?
So here's the reason why. Because we've had tariffs put on us for years, mass tariffs put on us. So it's time to return those favors.
So wait, what tariffs? Can you give me a specific example?
China's had tariffs on us for years.
What percentage tariffs?
I would have to look it up and see.
Okay. Can you name one country where you know a specific tariff that they've had?
The amount?
Yeah.
No, I don't have my computer in front of me like you.
Okay. Okay. So, I guess, like, how do you know that we're placing the same tariff, if not, or like in these?
Because I have looked
they
it up. I just
had
don't have the
on
numbers right. Because I have looked it up before. I just don't have the numbers right in front of me.
Well,
Again, if you have a computer,
the
I
countries
know.
that we're placing tariffs on did not have universal tariffs on us. So it is not the case.
So
that we're
China's never had
placing-
tariffs on us.
So we're talking about countries around the entire world that didn't have universalized tariffs on us.
I'm
The
asking, did
degree
China
that we
ever
have placed on them.
have tariffs on us?
They had some levels of tariffs on us, as we had some levels of tariffs on them. There's targeted
Okay,
tariffs.
how much
in specific
tariffs did we
industries.
pay to China?
In what specific industry?
Just pick one. Just pick any industry, anyone.
I'll pull it up. I mean, do you want to look it up yourself?
Again, I don't have a computer in front of me. You do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm running a stream right now, so I'm like, I'm not making the claim. So I'm
I
not
do know the
claiming it's the
tariff.
same.
If I had my computer in front of me, I would absolutely know this. I have, but I don't have the number
I'll
off the
try
top of my head.
2016 because it comes up with the percentage tariff we have on them. Here in 2016, it was 8%.
That they imposed on us.
Yes, this is from the World Bank.
See my point?
What? That's way less.
They imposed an 80% tariff on us.
8%.
That's not true. That number's way too low.
But that's from the World Bank. He just left. Okay. All right. What the fuck? Alrighty. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Cora, where did you see that? Oh my god, what the fuck? That's crazy. Jessica, thank you so much for the $2. Happy birthday, Anastasia. Happy birthday. Lauren, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Lauren. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's crazy. That's crazy. Thank you so much, Lauren. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Amanda, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Chelsea, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. As well as Anna, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We should all go and like Parker's YouTube stream right now because he said if this gets 5K likes, we'll play Farm Sim. Yeah, the YouTube stream gets 5K likes on the stream. I would play Farm Sim one of these days. That's funny. Carolina, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Carolina in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Carolina. I really appreciate it. W's for Carolina in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Shut the fuck up, you faggot, nigger, fuck.
For the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the TikTok screen. That person is fucking weird. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. My third account, or my second account, got fully banned too. Like, I don't know why that got guest banned as well. It's so annoying. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, my name is Dennis. I'm 21.
What's your birth year?
It's 2013.
You said what?
2013.
2013? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go to the next person real quick, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I'm not a MAGA supporter, but I'm not.
Okay. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hold on. 23.
What's your birth year?
2002.
Okay, what month?
July 29th.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
For sure. Why so?
Well, in my opinion, nobody's perfect when it comes to that, but like I don't agree with any of the presidents or anything. But in my opinion, everybody's all hard on Donald Trump because they're calling him racist and all this stuff. I personally don't see how he's racist by trying to get the illegals out.
Undocumented immigrants, and he's racist because he didn't rent to black people in the 1970s. He said that black people had a trait of laziness. He specifically popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States. He also specifically said that Kamala Harris turned black, and he also denied, or he said that the Central Park 5 deserved to be executed when there was literally DNA evidence exonerating them.
Okay. Well, all right. So I was watching your live yesterday, and you were talking about the whole homelessness situation, how he's doing that. And
do you want to address anything?
To address what you just said. Okay. I didn't know about all that, but is it? Oh, I'm trying to span off. Like, I don't know. You're not there. You don't know what the guy's saying or thinking. I don't know. He's done a lot of good stuff for the country. That's all I'm saying.
Like what?
Like, for instance, I'm sorry. I'm not racist either. I would love all races, but all I'm saying is it's taken away from jobs if we're just letting people move from their country to come. Like, I don't get me wrong. I think everybody deserves. Did you know that when people come to our country, not only do they provide jobs, they fulfill jobs, but they also provide demand for the economy, creating more jobs as well? Oh, okay, yeah, but like, what about people who are born here and want to get a job? You know what I mean? Like, and we can't get.
You understand that they would be able to get a job. They would have a better shot at getting a job because the economy will be larger.
All right. Well, in my opinion, I've been handing out resumes like everywhere, and I'm not like, I swear to God, I'm not racist when I say that, but they're all giving away all the jobs to like the East Indian people or like. I don't know.
No, so Trump and the Republicans are just trying to get you to hate people and to blame people, right, in groups of people rather than specifically blaming, right, like the Republicans for causing the bad conditions because of the tariffs. The job market is bad right now because of the conditions due to tariffs. It's not because of people from India.
No, I get what you're saying, and I really do get it. All I'm saying is I'm not saying the guy's a good guy, but he's not as bad as everybody says he is. I personally do think Kamala Harris would have been
worse than what the typical person indicates. Like, he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women without their consent, right, while they were changing. When an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms who Donald Trump would barge in. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He called his daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. He said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. Right? Is that specifically like a good person?
Well, no, but Kamala Harris is just as bad.
No, but can you give me anything that Kamala Harris has said that's at all comparable to anything that I just brought up about Donald Trump?
Well, not offhand, but I know she's done lots of stuff. And
Like what?
okay, well, you tell me what makes Kamala Harris should have been. You tell me.
No, do you want to tell me what makes her so bad in your eyes that like it's comparable to Trump, based upon the things that I just brought up?
Well, hold on, I gotta go look at my notes. I've been trying to get in line with you for so long. I've been wrote down stuff when you guys.
Okay, I guess give him a second to find that. Jen, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't get this idea of like immigrants taking the jobs. There's no good economic data indicating that at all. I think that's pretty ridiculous. Carolina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. He said I downloaded Farmson yesterday and it sucks. Oh my gosh. Julene, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Julene. Can we get some W's for Julene in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Julene. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Julene in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
As well as Naya, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Tyler, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Tyler. I really appreciate it. London
And-
with the $10.
and Donald-
Wonky with the $10. London with the $5. Thank you. R1, thank you for the $2. Go ahead.
And Donald Trump also fucking. Okay. I don't know. The whole Charlie Kirk situation too. I kind of think that was an inside job.
Okay. You just want to make up another conspiracy? Do you want to give me any evidence? or
No,
any
no,
reason?
no. Well, no, I have a reason. So this is what made me turn. I don't. I think every politician is dirty in their own way, but what I think is when they, what happened.
Can you explain
on
what
that
Kamala
day.
Harris has done that you think is so bad?
You know what? Not offhand, not at the moment. Can't.
Okay, so then what makes you think that Kamala Harris is so bad? If you don't have anything, well then why do you have this like feeling about her without anything? But yet you don't have this feeling
I
about
would
Donald
say-
Trump when Donald Trump has done
don't-
horrible things.
Yeah, the guy's done stuff that's wrong. I'm not saying I agree with everything he does, but for instance, like making it the whole transgender stuff, all that. I agree with him on that too.
Wait,
That's
what
gross. That
specifically
shouldn't-
about trans people?
He's gonna make it illegal for them to be trans, and I think that should be.
Wait, you want it to be illegal to be trans? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
What the hell is wrong with
Nothing.
you? A lot is wrong with you.
Nothing.
What
I don't
why do you
care
want
if
it to be
you're gay or
illegal?
lesbian, but-
No, why do you want it to be illegal for people to be trans? That's fucking crazy. That's actually nuts.
You're born what you're born.
Wait, I'm sorry. No one's claiming differently about their biology by saying that they're trans, right? Also, saying something that would be, even if you were to consider someone saying something false, which they're not wrong, right? That doesn't mean that you should make it illegal. That's fucking crazy. I mean, how many wrong things did Donald Trump? Donald Trump said the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet, right? He said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Those are objectively, verifiably false statements and unhinged, and yet you don't say that, we should make that illegal.
Okay, well, I agree with you should love what you love. Like, I don't care. I'm not going to go and bully somebody for being trans. But in my opinion,
Then why do
I
you
don't
think it should
think
be
it should be-
illegal?
I don't think it should be allowed. Like, you're born what you're born. Be gay. Be
Wait,
a guy who likes
I'm
guys.
sorry. No, being trans is different from being gay. And secondly, like, again, why do you think it should be illegal? Like, again, you're not giving an argument. I thought again
Okay,
the Republican
okay,
Party was
argument.
I thought you guys were the
Okay,
party of freedom.
Why it should be illegal? Listen, why it should be illegal is because if I have a kid and he's in school and then some guy wants to say he's a girl and walk in the girl's bathroom, and that shouldn't be allowed.
Dude, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? So I have a question, right? Specifically,
Why is
right?
my
You're
tr-
saying no. Again, because you're not acknowledging the gender of people, right? Specifically, I'll ask you a question. Do you think trans men should go into the women's restroom because they are biologically female?
No.
No. Where should they go to the restroom?
where they were biologically born. So if they were
So they should go into the
women, I
women's
think they
restroom.
should
So
go to-
trans men who are biologically female should go into the women's restroom.
I think they should have their own bathroom altogether. I honestly
I'm sorry.
don't-
I'm sorry.
I
So
don't-
wait. Again, so you say their own bathroom. So if there is not a quote unquote third bathroom, which bathroom should they go into?
Okay. Well, you know how people are. It could be like
Do you
a
want to answer
weird.
do you want to answer the question?
Do you want to answer this question? Do you think a guy
You can't
who
answer, can you?
Can you answer this? Do you think a guy who says he's a girl should be
Well,
able to go to a female?
listen, how about this? You have an issue with men walking into the changing rooms of women, for example, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so then why do you vote for a guy that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women without their consent? Why did you vote for the guy who did that?
I wasn't there, so I don't know.
What do you mean you weren't there? He bragged about it. I can play the audio of him doing that. So would you still
Play the
support
audio,
him? So would you still support him for president, given that he bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women without their consent, where there was an 18-year-old that came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in?
Okay, can you play me the audio where he? Can you play that? You said you could play it.
I got you. I'll play you the audio right now.
Bet.
Owner of the pageant, it's your obligation. Also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
He didn't really say. All he did was he was expecting it. He didn't say anything weird, like he was going in there to be a pedo.
What? I'm sorry. Did you hear him? He literally said that he walks into their changing rooms while they have no clothes on, to then literally see them naked, because he wants to see them as beautiful, and he gets away with it. I'm sorry. Did we watch the same clip?
That is not what he said. He didn't say he goes in there to check to make. What he was saying is it's his thing, and he can go in there and check on him. And I get, that's fucked up. He shouldn't walk into a changing room at all. So that's fucked up.
They were joking about it being to check on them. They weren't actually saying it was to check on them. It was specifically so that he could quote unquote perv on them, or quote unquote check on them, which means perv on them. That's literally what he was doing. Like, he was clearly saying that he's perving on them. The fact that you can't identify that is a problem in of itself, but we can address this particularly for what it is. Right? This is clearly predatory behavior. And for you to sit here and you to say you don't want trans people to go literally to the bathroom when they're just going to the bathroom, right? But you specifically will vote for Donald Trump, who is a man and bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women without their consent while they were changing.
Hey, do you think that a guy who turns himself into a girl should be able to go to female prison?
Do you want to answer the question? Do you want to answer my point, though? Do you care? Do you care about do you care about specifically trans people at all? Right? Because it sounds like you're specifically saying no, you don't, because you're specifically just trying to blame them for something that you don't blame Trump for. So 1, you should blame Trump for this, and 2, specifically, you should not be blaming trans people for this, because they are not the ones that are being predatory and trying to attack women. That is cis straight men like Donald Trump. That's who's attacking women.
Do you think people who claim to be furries are any different than so? What about that? So
I'm sorry. What about people who are furries? What about that?
That's just the same as being trans. That's a weird, sick thing people got going on in their head.
I'm sorry. Do you think that should be illegal?
To dress up as a dog and say to walk. Yeah, I think that should be illegal.
They don't actually believe that they're a dog, right? You know that, right?
Well, yes.
Okay, so you can say that you don't want to do that yourself, right? Because that's not something that you're into. But why the hell do you think that should be illegal? And why the fuck is it a point for you to bring up in the context of a political debate? What the hell relevance does this have to why you support Donald Trump? I'm sorry.
I mean, because I brought up the fact that he was going to make it illegal to be trans.
Again, and that's crazy, right? And by the way, being a furry is different from being trans, by the way. I want you to know that. That's also, you
Well,
don't understand the
it's
difference
kinda-
between that. It's
both-
kind of crazy.
It's both weird things that go on in people's heads.
What's up?
Like who grows up and then they're like, I want to be a dog. That's weird.
They're not actually
That's
saying that they think that they're a dog. You're not listening. Also, again, why are you saying that it should be illegal? You're not giving an argument or a reason. You're just
Well,
trying to demonize people.
Why it should be illegal is because the whole new generation. All right. So my kid will grow up and be like, Dad, why is that person all dressed like a girl when he's that guy? And I have to look at him and be like, well, what am I gonna say? Like, I'm gonna be like, no, that's a guy. I don't know why he's dressing like that. I don't want my son to grow up and thinking that that's normal, because I don't think that's normal.
Yeah, so the reality is that it is normal to be trans, and it's okay to be trans, and for you to prescribe that it's not normal is just a prescription of your bigotry, is just a prescription of your hatred towards people. There's nothing wrong with you having to say that some people are trans, and that's okay. There's literally no issue with that. I'm sorry, what's the issue with you being like, some people are trans, and that's okay? And that's all you leave it to. You don't have to sit there and have an entire lesson or describe things, right? Because you don't understand it yourself. You need to do that research yourself. You need to educate yourself. You're the one that doesn't know. So that's specifically why we need public education systems that tell people it's okay to be trans, right? Because it is the case that there are people out there who are parents who don't fucking understand because they didn't grow up in a school system that taught them the things that they should have been taught.
I don't want my kid being taught that stuff, though.
What taught what stuff? To like love people and to be okay with people and to accept them? I'm sorry, like what's your issue with that? What's your big issue with that?
I want him to obviously love people and not treat anybody differently, but I also don't want him to think it's normal to.
So you want to stigmatize. So you're saying that you're saying you want acceptance, but then you also want to stigmatize trans kids. That's actually antithetical to being accepting.
And when you're a kid, listen. When you're a kid, you shouldn't even be thinking about that stuff at all, too. That's what it's.
Wait,
that's
what do you
also
mean? Wait,
great.
I'm sorry. What do you mean thinking about that stuff? What do you mean by that?
When you're a kid, you shouldn't say, because all the TV and stuff, they're putting it all on TV. When you're
putting
fucking,
what on, tell me, what are they putting on TV that you tell me, what are they putting on TV that you disagree with?
When you're 10, what makes you go, oh, I'm a girl? Obviously, you had to hear that.
What are they putting on TV that you disagree with? And also, again, you're not trans, so why would you say that you specifically would need to understand why someone else would have a different thought from you? Do you understand that? Like, I'm sorry. Like, do you understand that people have different like experiences, right? They have different thoughts in their brain than you did as a kid. And just because you don't have the same thoughts doesn't mean that other people don't. So why are you prescribing that just because it didn't work that way for you, that there's no way it could have worked that way for anyone else?
Well, listen, I would never treat anybody different. But at the same time,
you are treating people different. That you say that I would never treat anybody differently, but you're currently advocating for that right now. You just said it should be illegal to be trans. What do you mean? What do you mean you aren't treating people differently? What are you talking about? What do you mean you wouldn't want to treat people differently?
I'm saying,
Dean, I would super quick because I have to kick him.
Yeah. Okay. Super quick question. You said that it should be illegal to be a furry and dress up as something that you aren't. When's the last time that you watched a movie?
Today.
Do people dress up as people or things that they aren't in movies?
Yeah, but that's different. It's a movie. It's pretend. It's not real.
Oh, okay. Well, in the same way that being a furry is a hobby, it's pretend. It's not real. They don't actually think that they're cats and dogs and dragons.
Well.
Oh.
I don't know. The stuff I've seen, like I've watched like YouTube videos where people go and mess around with the furries, and they literally walk around with leashes.
Right. All right. Well, anyway, that's all I had. If you got to kick him for the flag, I get it.
Yeah, literally though. That's it's literally like a flag for it says uncomfortable or something like that. I think it's crazy. That guy's perspective is insane.
Yeah, man. I was really hoping to explore it more. But that guy was just a complete low IQ buffoon who had no clue what he was saying. You know what? I guess that the TikTok terms of service here is right because he was totally promoting negative stereotypes and generalizations about groups of people. So
seriously,
I get it. But anyways, that's all I had. Have a good one, Parker.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Alrighty. Cal, thank you so much for the $6.66. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Cal in the comment section right now? Alex, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. He has no clue. Robert, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Junior, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Logan, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Logan. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Logan. Can we get some W's for Logan in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Oh, I appreciate it, Logan. I got you. Thank you for letting me know. Let's get on to the next person here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, everybody. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. G, thank you so much. I really appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 47.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, for sure. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you vote for?
Trump, always.
For sure. Let me say thank you to a few people, and then I'll make sure to go on to our conversation real quick. Bite, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. London, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Zach, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think it's really important to respond to those points, as a lot of people believe them, and I think it shows that they're obviously wrong and do not have intellectual basis. Kristen, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Beastman, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Kalo, thank you so much. I really appreciate the €2. Thank you so much. Goblin, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Naughty, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Jen with the $5. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now as well? Caitlin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. And Jordan with the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I support him for everything he does, man. I mean, he's for the people.
Okay. So how is he for the people?
Just so you know, I've worked with him and Ben Carson several times, and when Biden got in office, I got left in left field when I was building the HUD houses.
You said what?
So I worked for Donald Trump and Ben Carson in the first administration, building HUD houses for people that can't afford to live in places during hurricanes or whatnot. And when Hurricane Michael hit back in 2019, I got left in left field. Ben Carson was all like, hey, it was December 16th, 2019. He said, hey, just hold on a second. Everything's going to blow over. And it didn't. I lost a lot of money. And when Biden administration took over, they left us in left field. And they left a lot of Floridians in left field as well.
So 2019 was under Trump. 2019 and 2020 was under Trump.
No, I understand that. What I'm trying to tell you is that when the new administration took over, our HUD project was pulled for
but
25.
You said it was already pulled in 2019.
Well, because of C-19.
Okay, so you're saying, so in 2019? No, in 2020 was C-19. That's when the lockdown started.
No, I found out about this December 16th of 2019. You got to follow where I'm at here.
So if they shut you down December 2019, that was before COVID led to any.
Well, they put us on hold. They put us on hold.
Okay.
Okay, but my big thing is whenever the Biden administration took over, nothing was getting built. Nothing was getting done. We tried to respond. I've tried to respond when Tennessee got hit with the hurricane.
There was a lot being built. There was the bipartisan infrastructure bill. There was the Chips and Science Act. There was the Inflation Reduction Act.
I'm talking about for people, humanity. I'm not talking about for anything like that. I'm talking about humanity, period.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, so if a hurricane blows down the house, okay, blows your whole neighborhood down, and I'm there to help get people that are low income to get a house, and they're not helping them out, and they leave us in left field.
Democrats are the ones that are advocating for more funding to help people out, especially through the context of FEMA. Trump talked about getting rid of FEMA. and they were the ones. The Republicans were the ones that capped the level of funding that would be given to people.
And I understand I understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to tell you is though, during this Hurricane Michael in Panama City, Florida, the Panhandle, I was to build 2,500 houses. I was going to make a lot of money. I'm not going to say I wasn't. This is under Trump, but I tell you what, none of them houses got built at all. And then whenever Tennessee got hit with that flood, how many people in Tennessee do you think had flood insurance in the mountains? None. I put in for a bid to go build these people's houses to live in, and guess who shut me down? Kamala and Biden. They shut it down. Why did they shut it down?
Okay. I don't think they specifically said this random guy from Florida,
no,
Michael. We're going to specifically limit them from going. I don't think that Biden and Harris did that.
No, they did 100%. They shut me down completely. Give you a source. You want to see all the paperwork I have? You want me to send it to you? You ever dealt with HUD? You ever built with HUD?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, it's kind of a know who you know, right?
Okay. Could you give me any reporting that they like cut funding for HUD or something?
I mean, they cut it. I tried to build for people that needed housing, and I got cut. What do you mean?
You're just mad that you didn't get a contract. That's it.
No, I'm mad that people didn't get the housing they needed to get. What are you talking about?
You're mad you didn't get a paycheck.
I still do this every day. It's just you're missing the whole point. I'm trying to help people that are low income.
You understand that there was more funding to do that under the Biden-Harris administration. You have to give me any evidence that it was cut.
So what about the housing? So they can rent, right? Let them rent, or let them have a house that they can own. Because you got to make it between $30,000 and $46,000 to own a HUD house. And so what about these people that are low income? Screw them, right? Is that what you're saying?
I want to provide for them. Republicans are the ones that cut that.
Okay. Well, no, they didn't. They absolutely did not. You built 2,500
hurricane
houses.
happened under Trump's admin, right? And
yeah, and as soon as
they
Biden
didn't provide
took
you
over,
help.
No, but you're missing the point. So C-19 hit. Everything was shut down. Who was? So let me ask you something, Parker, real quick. So if you're the head of the helm, right? If you're the man, you're the president. Who do you listen to?
Who do you listen to for what?
Who do you listen to for your information? What do you do?
If you're the president,
if you
have advisors.
I'm saying. So okay, perfect. So I'm going to tell you this right now. So listen to what I'm trying to say, just so you understand. If you Parker are the president, okay, who do you listen to?
You listen to advisors or experts.
So who was the first under Trump's first administration? Who told him who needed to be his advisors? So
it depends. I don't know every single person that did that in his first admin. I'd have to check. I don't know every single person.
Would you listen to everybody that said, "Hey, you need to have this person on your team, this person on your team, this person on your team"? Would you do it?
You don't.
So you don't have time. Hey, you don't have time to look them up. You're president, and you got to get your cabinet in order, right? So you don't have time to be like, I got to check every person out, but you have somebody telling you. You need to have this person in your cabinet, this person in your cabinet, this person in your cabinet.
What's your point?
Well, I'm trying to explain it to you. So would you go with? So I voted for Trump. If I was to advise you, and I was in the government, right? Just for say, and I advise you to go with certain people, would you go with the people I told you to go with? You know what I mean?
No.
Well, but you have a certain amount of time to get this done.
No, I'm not going to go with the people you advised.
Perfect. I'm glad you answered that. That should explain to you why Trump fired so many people during his first administration. And during this administration, he has several. I don't know what you're smiling about, but I'm just trying to explain to you.
Did Biden fire as many people?
Well, no, because they're all on his team. He's been in office for how long?
So
How long? He's been in office for 2.
So then,
he's been in office
are you saying that having or being in office for a long period of time means that you're more qualified for the job because you're going to pick better people in your cabinet?
What has Biden done in his whole term, all his years? Was he in office for 46 years or 44? I think it's 44 years he's been in office. What has he done?
Well, I can just point to things in the last 4 years, right? There was
No,
the
I need-
bipartisan
I need a
infrastructure
lot.
bill.
I mean,
There was the bipartisan infrastructure bill. There was the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan.
But that's just a few for 44 years, right? How long has Trump?
That
been
was
in
just
office?
in the last 4 years. All of that was just in the last 4.
Yeah, last 4. But I mean, you've been in office for 44 years. I mean, come on, man. Seriously, you've been in office for 44.
I'm confused what your point is with this.
So what was Kamala done?
Kamala?
Yeah.
Again, yeah, like the same ones that I just mentioned. They were a part of the same admin.
Well, I mean, hey, so you were bringing up about Trump doing what he did. Are you against infidelity with your wife?
Cheating on your wife? Yes, I'm against that. What?
Okay, well, Kamala did that with Willie Brown.
Kamala?
So what's the difference?
No, she didn't.
Oh, she didn't?
No, she didn't.
You better
One,
look- hey,
she
you
wasn't
better
in
get on Google.
she wasn't in a relationship with anyone else. 2, you were saying that they were quote unquote legally together. They had already been separated for over a decade at that point.
I know, they're still married. It doesn't matter.
They were already
If you're married,
separated.
you're married.
Oh,
You're
come on.
it don't matter if you're
that's
separated.
disingenuous. If they were already separated for almost a decade, then they clearly were not cheating. I'm sorry. Get a grip on reality.
Let's hammer Trump on that.
Get
right?
a grip on reality. I mean, Trump actually.
Yeah,
when
let's
he was-
hammer him. Go ahead.
Trump, when he was in relationships with people, cheated on them. Every single one of his wives.
Hey, so
He
so
cheated on his
Parker,
pregnant wife with a corn star.
So Parker, who in your eyes is a perfect person?
No one's a perfect person. I'm never advocating anyone's a perfect person.
Then you can't use that in a debate.
What do you mean?
If nobody's perfect, you can't use all the stuff that you said. I was watching your live for a long time. There's no way. Why would you use the stuff you say against anybody if nobody's perfect, right?
Yeah, so I can critique people even though they're not perfect, and I can say that some
Absolutely.
people are worse than others even though people aren't perfect. That's like saying we can't put anyone in prison because we can't judge serial murderers because we're not perfect as people. Get a grip, dude. We can still put serial murderers in prison even though it is the case that we're not perfect people.
So serial murderers, would you say they're mentally ill, right?
It depends on the context, but probably.
Okay,
Like I would
so
assume in most
it's not-
circumstances there'd be something involved.
So with the
But
last guy,
also,
you
that's
were
not a
talking to-
categorization for everyone who's mentally ill. There's definitely situations specifically where it is the case that like again, you have to acknowledge this. Mental illness is not all the same, right? As well. And when people associate
Absolutely.
mental illness with just serial killers, you're also not understanding that mental illness has essentially no association with that at all. When we're talking about typical situations for people, whether they deal with anxiety, depression, things like that, right? That's not going to be something that is specifically leading to that. So I think a lot of people have this misnomer about it, and there's a lot of stigmatization associated with it.
So the reason I'm getting to where I'm at, the last guy you talked to with trans, you know who Blair White is, or not Blair White, or is it Blair White?
Yes, I know who Blair White is.
Yeah, Blair White. So
She's like a
she had
conservative commentator.
Well, but she'd even admitted that being trans is mental. She said she was even mental with it.
So there's nothing in the DSM-5 that indicates that being trans is a mental illness. Nothing in the DSM-5 indicates that. So just because a conservative commentator specifically says that does not mean it's true.
So let me ask you something, how old are you?
I'm 23 years old.
Okay, so I'm 47, and during my whole years and growing up, there was no such thing as trans. It never even happened. There was no
trans
furries.
people existed when you were a kid. You
Well,
just didn't know
I mean, I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying it was not really heard of, right? There was no furries. There was no.
I'm sorry. You just didn't. So you just didn't hear about the fact that trans people existed. Doesn't mean trans people didn't exist.
No. I'm not debating that. I'm just saying it was a thing that was not really brought up why is it so big now that
Because Trump supporters are constantly trying to demonize trans people. Literally, you know that the Republicans spent like over $200 million on ads against trans people. Democrats spent nothing.
You know what?
Democrats spent nothing in relation to talking about trans people. Nothing.
I know, but here's the whole thing. Like you be you. You do your thing. I don't care. You do whatever you got to do. That's your business.
That's not what Trump supporters are doing. Trump literally is.
I'm a Trump supporter. I'm a Trump supporter, and I
understand, but Trump is actively going after trans people in his rhetoric and in his policy.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think that is a mental instability because
that's not true.
I believe it. I
that's
believe
not
it
in the DSM-5, so you deny science.
Deny science. I mean,
yeah. Like you're not utilizing science to make that statement.
I'm kind of lost as why you're saying I'm denying science, and I don't, because I'm a big science guy. So
because it's not in the DSM, you're saying that it's a mental illness, but there's nothing in the DSM that says being trans is a mental illness.
Well, do you know what makes a man a man? Just say I'm just asking you.
Yes.
Okay. So what makes a man a man?
Yeah, it's my commitments towards the social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the male sex as a prescription to my identity.
Okay, so you said, I heard you say earlier to the other guy that was up here, I don't remember his name, but so you were like, so who should they go use? Well, I'll tell you what, if you have a genitalia, a penis, whatever, you should go to a male bathroom. If you have a vagina, you should go to a female. If they want to pay for the surgery to get done, I'm cool with that. But if
what about for people who are intersex?
I mean, intersex. If you got a penis, you go to the man's bathroom. I mean,
again, but there can be so in terms of people who are intersex, they can have multiple sets of genitalia, right? They can have different genitalia and different other sex characteristics, right? So you have to also acknowledge that a lot of these policies, right, are not going to take into account the fact that intersex people exist.
What percent of them have both genitalia and a vagina?
I don't think that's relevant. I don't think it's relevant what percent.
Well, I mean, you're that's what you're asking me though. So it's like, hey, if you want to be a female, right, and you get surgery, go to the female bathroom because you have no tool to use against anybody that's in that facility. I think that's the biggest thing.
Okay, so you think,
I'm not saying.
Okay, so then
no.
How about this? I have a question then. Would you ever vote for a man that bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women without their consent?
Well, yeah, because I heard what you played, but that
you
obviously
would. So then, what are you talking about?
That obviously what you played isn't all what got played out. And I can tell you another thing on the tariffs that you said real quick. So China has 104%. They've had it for years and years.
No, they did not have 104% on us.
104 to 55%.
What's your source?
Look it up.
Wait,
Google
104 to 50. Why would you do 104?
You can Google it.
55,
I'll tell you what. Go ahead and Google it, and you'll get about
in 2016 from the World Bank. It was 8%.
China to U.S.
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. selling to China is 104. It's been 104 to 55% since the 70s. And I'll tell you when. When Ford tried to have a truck go over.
What's your source, man?
Look, hey, I'll tell you what. Look up when Ford tried to sell trucks over in China, and tell me when they raised the tariffs up, because that's when they were like, "Oh hell no, we're gonna start building Toyotas over here," and that's what they did. So just so you know, with the tariffs, that they're not. Everybody thinks they're.
You cut out. Hello? Cannot hear you currently.
My bad. No, so tariffs are to bring work here where we're at. You know that, right? You know that.
Real domestic manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office.
So, have you ever lived in Europe at all? You ever lived in
what
Germany?
I said? Real manufacturing investment declined since Trump got in office. And no, I've never lived in Europe.
Okay, so if you were to buy a Lamborghini right now, how much are you gonna pay for it?
I don't fucking know. I don't buy Lamborghinis.
Well, you should. I mean, you got a lot of people gifting you money. All I'm trying to tell you is that if you buy a Lamborghini, it's expensive. If you buy a Porsche, it's expensive. Why? Why is that a luxury car in the United States? Tariffs.
What's your point?
Tariffs. That's what it is. 100%.
It's not just
Now,
because
you
of
said-
tariffs. What are you talking about? Do you think that they don't cost
No,
as much?
no, it
there?
is. It's 100% tariffs, dude. If you go over to Germany, I go buy a Porsche in Germany right now. How much does it cost? How many euro would a Porsche cost me?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, I mean, it's probably 60 grand. How much you gonna pay for a Porsche over here?
I don't know. I don't buy luxury cars, man.
150, 160.
And dude, wait, who gives a fuck? It's a luxury car. Who gives a shit?
It's not a luxury car. It's a tariff.
I don't care. This. Can we talk about the average American?
Absolutely. I fought for him. I built houses for him, and I got shut down by.
And that's why you support Donald Trump, who has no policies to help them.
No, he does. What do you, dude? I'm trying to tell you.
What policies?
Parker, listen to me. I'm trying to tell you this. Listen to me. I build houses for HUD, for the American people, low income, people that work at McDonald's, people that work at Burger King, okay, so they can have a house.
And then you vote for policies that lead to them having less access to housing.
Well, I because I got shut down by Biden. If Biden would have been like, okay, cool, we're going to get you back on track. Sorry
So
about
because
that.
you couldn't have business, you're then blaming other people and you're advocating for policies that lead to less housing.
No,
for people in need?
absolutely not. I'm voting for Trump because I've talked to him. I've dealt with him several times. And
one housing affordability policy that Trump has.
I mean, what do you mean? I'm lost is what you're asking me. For what? I mean, for a new home buyers? For what? I mean,
what policies does Trump have for housing affordability?
So if you look under his first, look at the housing market under his first term. Look at it.
For a policy. What name of policy?
It's not a policy. I'm going to tell you straight up. Look at the first term. How many houses were being bought?
Name a policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the conditions for people to get access to housing.
I mean, the first home buyers is one of them. He's all for
that.
That
Was what Kamala Harris was advocating for. Trump never even said that.
Trump had it when he was in office. What are you talking about? In 2016, that was
in 2016.
Dude,
you mean under Barack Obama?
I can't tell you the exact policy. But I can tell you this. First,
you said in 2016 under Barack Obama. By the way.
Huh?
Yeah, in 2016, Obama was president.
Well, 2017, I'll tell you what, I built more houses and I had a lot more stuff going on when Trump was in office
Due to
than I
what
do with
policy?
a Democrat.
Due to what policy?
Here, I know that's what you really want. You want me to get on here?
I can't hear you when you're out of the app, just letting you know.
No, I'll Google it for you just because
Okay.
I can't tell you the policy offhand.
Okay, go for it. In the meantime, I will say thank you to some people real quick. Jamie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jamie. Thank you. Warren, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Penny, thank you so much for the $5. Caitlin, thank you for the $10. Jordan with the $1. Thank you. Sierra, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll have to take a check. Tara, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Barbara, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Barbara. Nico, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Robert, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They showed a source that HUD funding was. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. Nicole, thank you for the $5. Alex, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. T, thank you so much for the €5. Thank you so much. And then Alexander, thank you so much for the $200 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I had it recently. Thank you so much.
The One Big Beautiful bill, it's permanent mortgage insurance deduction, prominent cap on mortgage interest deduction, expansion of low income housing, that's the one thing, right?
No, like specifically, what did they do to expand access to housing?
I want to do what now?
Yeah, what's Jesus Christ, bro?
No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to read and listen to you at the same time.
Yeah.
Or do you mind if I just like half a second while he tries to demonstrate what he knows?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Michael, what was something that Donald Trump actually did that massively impacted the housing market when he was in office his first term?
The boom.
Did you say go boom?
The boom. The boom. The housing.
Okay, never mind. Forget it. I'll give it to you. Donald Trump deregulated the housing market. He specifically passed legislation that allowed a couple of things to happen. One, it allows corporations to actually go in and purchase single family homes, and also
just real quick. You know what he does for a living, right?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care about anything. I'm trying to get this point across.
Well, if you don't care.
So the point that I'm trying to make is that. Sure, Michael.
Santana, I'm sorry, but
Michael,
if you don't care about that, I really don't want to hear what you got to say.
Yes, Donald Trump is a failed businessman. Yes, he has real estate that he doesn't actually own. He just puts his name on stuff. Yes, I know what Donald Trump quote unquote does. Now follow the point, Michael.
He's a failed businessman, right?
Michael, stop. Michael, you're trying to deflect.
Hold on.
Michael, you're trying to deflect.
I'm not trying
You're
to
trying to deflect because you know that Michael.
He's a failed businessman, right?
Michael,
how much does he worth? What's his net worth?
Michael, over $7 billion. Over $7 billion. How much has he made since he became president in his second term?
Well, he hadn't taken any checks.
How much has he made in his second term?
You tell me.
He's doubled his net worth. Yeah, he's literally doubled his net worth.
$4 billion. How much does Biden make?
Since what does that matter? Stop trying to run from what I'm saying.
No, what Biden make?
Michael.
You're trying.
Michael.
You're trying. No, you're no.
Listen, nowhere near.
I'm not going to let you do
Biden did not make $4 billion.
Sorry. Yeah, and Parker, I'm going to let you finish this dog walking because I just want to get this off, right? So Donald Trump deregulated the housing market, removing the restrictions on corporations as far as being able to purchase single family homes, and also removing the waiting period that they had to wait. So they could actually come in and purchase homes immediately and pay over the amount that it was available to pay for those homes. So they came into a lot of different areas and bought up whole subdivisions because they could take a house that was worth $200,000 and pay $300,000 for it, where other people could not afford that. So literally, Donald Trump deregulated the housing market so much that people could not afford homes anymore. So while you're talking about your work with HUD and how business was booming under Trump, thanks, Obama. Literally. But Donald Trump has done more to hurt the housing market as far as younger people being. That's why it's now is the first time in United States history where you have people that are 70 years old buying more houses than people that are 30 years old because of the deregulation that Donald Trump did to the housing market. Michael, you're muted. I'll send you a request to come off mute and you can try to respond to that if you like. Michael, you're still muted.
Is he there? Hello?
I sent him a request. I don't think he knows how to, yeah. I'm sorry. I think I broke your toy, Parker. I apologize.
Crazy.
Michael, if you click on your profile picture and you touch the little mic that has a slash from in it, you can unmute. You have to unmute, Michael. No one can hear you raging right now.
And then I would also like Michael to ask Michael, do you know your likes are public?
Everyone keeps spamming about his likes. They must be really bad.
They were very interesting, might I say. It's very, very
Oof.
Do you see?
I don't even know if I want to look. You know what? Now I'm curious. I
don't know if he's going to be able to unmute. Stamp, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. This is for the MAGA kid Kyle from yesterday, so he could cry more. Thank you. Yeah, Kyle was so mad. He was so mad. Okay, I don't know if he's gonna be able to come back. I sent him a few invites.
No,
There he is.
I can get back on. No, so yeah, I was muted completely. Like I couldn't do anything.
Yeah, Michael, I was just gonna ask
Anyway, I had to mute Santana because I really didn't want to hear his rhetoric that he was talking about, so I dropped it. I didn't want to listen.
That's fine.
It's all bullshit. I mean,
yeah, you don't want to hear facts. That's fine. Holy shit! Look at these likes.
Santana, how old are you?
I'm 38. How old are you?
I'm 47, bro.
Exactly.
A long time. I'll tell you what. I was smoking.
You're 9 years older than me, bro. You're 9 years older than me. Don't try to sun me.
Cigarettes when you were getting
you're literally 9 years older than me. Don't try to play that.
Sorry.
Don't try to pull the adult card with me.
Hey, but I'll tell you what. Sorry you haven't worked your ass off like I have in your life.
Sure. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So why is a 47-year-old man liking the types of photos that you're and videos that you're liking on TikTok?
These are wild, Parker. Holy shit, this is wild.
Liking what videos on what?
What do you mean liking what videos? It's the same account over and over again. I'm pretty sure you know what videos they are.
The crazy thing is he doesn't like any other videos. It's just these videos.
Yeah,
what
it's literally
fuck?
just these videos.
Well, tell me, what video is it?
You know what videos, Michael? What in the hell?
What do you mean?
Tell me,
it's the same person over and over again.
Oh, my friend.
Your friend? You're not friends with them.
Your friend. Your friend with 7.2 million followers. Stop.
Yeah. Just friends with them. Really? Are you serious? And how do you think you're like? How do you think? Do you think that we're that stupid?
I honestly, to be honest with you, I have no idea what you're talking about on like videos. Couldn't tell you.
You like the videos, Michael?
Well, dude, there's a million of the videos of the same account. What do you mean you don't know? Is this your mechanism of?
I tell you what.
Is this your mechanism of not addressing it?
What account? Because that's gonna mean a lot if you say what account it is. Can you even say it? You probably can't pronounce it, can you?
I can show it. You know that, right?
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if I should show it. I don't think that. I mean, I guess you can already click on the account.
No, I want you to show it. Do it. Do it.
You can technically already click on the account on TikTok.
Well, go ahead. I want to see it. Show it. Prove it, Parker.
You're such a weirdo. Like, what's wrong with you? Why do you want me? Why do you want me to show it? Why do you want me to show it when you know what you did?
Because I don't think you know what you're talking about.
You know what it is?
I don't like a lot of videos on here. There's
Parker, you know what it is? It's him like trying to be defiant because he's caught, and so he's like, no, prove it.
No, I'm not being caught.
You're wrong.
Hey,
I don't believe it.
Parker, I want you to show it. Put it up on the screen. What I like and what's so bad. Come on, do it.
Michael,
I dare you.
This is
Michael,
really.
you know your
I'm
likes
gonna
are
kick
public.
him at this point because he's like. It looks like he likes.
It's
this.
weird.
That was really weird. That was really weird.
It's fucking weird, bro.
Like, what the fuck, dude? That was so weird, bro. That was so weird.
Sorry, I broke your talk. I just like that whole talking point as far as like the housing market, and I'm just really pissed off because literally Trump has affected so many people as far as the housing market. But I have one quick thing that I have to read off, and then I'm gonna get out of your way and let you keep going.
Go for it.
Fucking hell, right? Massive W's in the chat for Carolina. Carolina is how you pronounce her name. I'm from South Carolina, Carolina. That's why I say Carolina. But Carolina said that I love watching. First, fucking massive W's in the chat for the $100 donation. Said, I love watching you with Parker. Unfortunately, your lives are a bit too late for me. I know, I get it. A lot of people say that. And I only see, the only ones I was able to watch is the 2A ones. Oh, the one with Brett. Yeah. I feel like as a fairly recent immigrant, I didn't have much perspective to join the panel. Thank you for your awesome work. I wish I knew Fifi's and the Tum Tum when I taught high school. definitely. Fucking W's in the chat for Carolina. Thank you so much. And Parker, I appreciate you bringing me up. And Diamond sent two to my stay Santana. Listen, Parker's cooking and I'm enjoying it, and I'm just gonna fall back down and keep listening. I appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate you. Good seeing you as always.
I'll see you later. Yep.
Alrighty. Deborah, thank you so much for the $25 for a Porsche in Germany. Would be 80,000 euros for an electric Macan. I think that's how it's pronounced. Jaime, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They should Porsche in Germany often has a higher sticker price because the VAT is already built in. That's true. I did hear about that. Robert, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Lisa with the $100 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Lisa in the comment section right now for the $100 on Cash App? That is so nice of you. W's for Lisa in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. W's for Lisa in the comment section right now. Thank you. W's for Lisa in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, what's your birth year?
July 29, 2002.
Okay. So, why do you support Trump? Wait, are you the Kyle from yesterday?
No. Yesterday. I was talking to you earlier.
Oh, okay. If you already
like today.
Earlier today? Oh. Oh, I don't know. I kicked him. I was like, I've already talked to him then.
Oh.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 45.
What's your birth year?
1980.
Okay, what month?
January.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Sorry, there's no way they're 45. Come on. At least make it believable. Dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are
Can
you?
you hear me? Oh, I'm 35.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you vote for?
Oh, I'd definitely vote for Trump. For sure.
Why so?
I work in a pretty big business and I'm pretty high up. And really, honestly, both terms, ever since he took office, business is booming. It's like every time he speaks, like my business goes crazy, man.
Okay. How so?
Well, like, so I run a website and basically
this guy trolled Dean earlier. You're trolling.
What?
It sounds like a troll anyway, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised. If I'm wrong, I really apologize. Some people are saying you trolled Dean already. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old
One
are you?
second. I'm June 17, 2007. 18. I'm trying to connect my microphone. 1 second. I'm sorry.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
And why so?
We can begin on abortion policy, probably.
Okay. So what do you what do you think about abortion?
I think it's tantamount to murder, and it should be legislated on the federal level.
Have you been on my stream before?
Yesterday, but you kicked me off because I slipped up. We didn't get to debate. I already have the clip from yesterday.
Okay. Typically when people say that, they've already debated me. I'm not quite sure. I don't know. I'm sorry if I'm wrong. My trust is on -0. I'm sorry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, you bitch.
Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hello?
Do you support Donald Trump?
No.
Okay, nice. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh?
How old are you? Oh, they're obviously driving. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Diamond, thank you for $2. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
And now who's at the first bar of the night?
Bunch of background noise. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. I am 20 this year. I'm turning 20. 20 this year.
And do you support Donald Trump?
So I kind of have a question. I don't really trust anybody else other than you and Dean.
I'm so sorry. I am just looking for some debates. I do apologize. I do apologize. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go to the next person. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Do give it a second, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's get the next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
110%. Why so? So anyway, I was watching live earlier, and you were basically bullying a intoxicated individual. Why so? While you knew he was intoxicated, why'd you do that?
What was I bullying? How was I bullying?
How not? Please elaborate. When
you said I was bullying. I'm just asking you, how was I bullying?
Buddy, you knew he was intoxicated.
Well, I am too. So, like, fair game.
Intoxicated, bud?
Yeah, I am. I'm elevated, bro. Fair game.
How so? Please elaborate. Let me see your drink.
I can't do it on the stream.
Oh, bud, come on. Anyway, hey, question, real quick question,
dude.
Okay,
I've hit a few blinkers. You want me to hit another one?
So what bud,
I'm not even trolling, by the way. I'm being totally fair game, right? Literally, though. Come on.
True. So, question is, so on one of the 2 videos I've seen of you, you're wearing a Iowa Hawkeyes shirt. Are you from Iowa?
Mm-hmm.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Are you like Des Moines, Ames area?
Oh, I don't live there anymore. I grew up in Iowa. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, whereabouts?
QC.
So are you familiar with Northwest?
I don't.
Okay, so anyway,
I don't want to talk about too much, but
let's go back about this guy. All right, because he's a great guy. I mean, he is our nation.
Okay. Why is he a great guy, and why is he the best for the nation?
How is he not?
Okay, well, he was held civilly liable for sexual abuse. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women without their consent while they were changing. And an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms that Donald Trump would barge in without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers, and then called them patriots right after. I can give you plenty of reasons. I can go more if you'd like. Hello? I can't hear you. Oh, rip.
You there? You there?
Yep, I'm here.
Echo?
I hear you.
So, anything about with that Stormy Daniels bull crap, whatever was going on with that? Obviously she was money hungry, and Trump paid her for whatever, and then she, kind of got a little butthurt about things, and bingo.
Stormy Daniels never claimed that she was sexually assaulted by Trump. She claimed that they had intercourse and that he was cheating on his wife at the time while she was pregnant. This was relevant because she took hush money from him, and Trump falsified business records to hide the hush money payments in furtherance of another crime. So he has 34 felonies because of that. But the held civilly liable of sexual abuse claim is relating to E. Jean Carroll. E. Jean Carroll was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump.
Say again, sorry. I have a dog barking in the background.
E. Jean Carroll was the one sexually assaulted by Donald Trump, not Stormy Daniels.
And how do we not know there ain't no, kind of bullcrap behind everything else between the lines?
Because a unanimous decision from a jury indicated this to be true.
So how come Donald Trump becomes president again?
Because people voted for him.
Why so?
Ask yourself that question. Why do you support him so?
And honestly, yes, I support Donald Trump, and I'm 32 years old, and I've never actually have ever voted in my life, believe it or not. And so let's get talking here into the illegal immigration stuff. So I work for a pork plant. Pork plant has obvious Hispanics working in pork plants. So our process companies, what or not,
You said what? You cut out.
Okay, let me it's pretty windy here in Iowa. So with illegal immigrants and stuff like that, I'm gonna bring this up. The reason why Trump is pushing the immigration is because how many immigrants have abducted and raped younger women in the past 5 years?
Immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural born U.S. citizens.
Look up that Rivera that happened in BGM Brooklyn, Iowa.
You said what?
Look that up.
the Rivera who abducted that Molly Tibbetts.
Okay. That happened under the
Look it
Trump
up.
administration.
Say again?
That happened under the Trump administration.
And then also, this is a reason why there's an issue with illegal immigrants.
Okay, how is that an issue with undocumented immigrants? Like, you wouldn't just point to a specific crime committed by a citizen and be like, this is an issue with citizens as a whole, right? So then why do you do that with undocumented immigrants?
Chat, it's not just one person. It's a lot of people. A lot of illegal immigrants.
Undocumented immigrants commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime at multiple times lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens.
I mean, there's more, actual regular citizens in the United States.
No, I'm saying
So,
per
yeah, you
capita
have-
rates. Per capita rates.
Oh, got you. Okay. So anyway, I'm kind of in the mix between everything because I work for a pork processing plant that hires, illegal immigrants, and you can tell they're definitely under the age of 18.
What?
Okay,
Then why don't you? So do you think your business owner should be held accountable for that?
I mean, they run an e-verify program and everything.
So you're okay with the business owner that you're working at hiring minors to do work right under the table specifically with no documentation?
Right, and if they pass e-verify, are you familiar with e-verify?
No, I'm not. I'm actually not.
So yeah, they go through an e-verify program that, if they have good numbers. Oh, I'm getting restricted here.
Yeah, he got flagged for hate speech, hateful behaviors. Hey, chat, I think I should hit a restart here on TikTok. I'm going to hit a quick restart real quick. I don't want to get this account banned. I would recommend to go over to the YouTube. Parker, get a job on YouTube. You don't have to deal with any of these restarts because I have to do them here on TikTok unless I will lose my account. And this is the only account I have left to go live on. This is my girlfriend's account, so make sure you followed me here if you haven't already. And I'd recommend to go to Parker, get a job on YouTube. Parker, get a job on YouTube. Alrighty, everyone, I'll hit a quick restart on TikTok here. Give me 1 second. Let's hit a quick restart here on the TikTok stream, everybody. Boys, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Truth to Power. Thank you for the $2. Nocturnal. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alexander, thank you for the $100 for I really hate Parker's grift. Thank you so much, Alexander. Can we get some W's for Alexander in the comment section right now for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat? Thank you so much, Alexander. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Alexander in the chat. Anthony, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you. Carolina, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Chance with the $200 on YouTube Super Chat. Holy shit. Chance, thank you so much with the $200 on YouTube Super Chat. That's fucking crazy. Thank you so much, Chance. I really appreciate it. W's for Chance in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. W's for Chance. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Maxley, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat as well. Thank you, Maxley. W's for Maxley in the comment section right now. Chance, Maxley, and Alexander, thank you so much. W's for all of them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Business Yoda, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Jamalia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Nicola, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Avery, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'll have to check that in a second. Tessa, thank you so much for the $10. Mark with the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Mark. Can we get some W's from Mark in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Mark. W's for Mark. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Amber, thank you for the $5. Kira, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 on Venmo. Thank you. Hannah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Thank you. And Tessa, again, thank you so much. That's amazing. That's amazing, Tessa. And Avery, there's no evidence. So there's just if you just look at stats of the country, like in terms of demographics, it disproves it. So just that's really all you'd have to look at. Lori, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously though. Alrighty, we're giving him a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. How many likes are we at on YouTube, everybody? How many likes are we at on YouTube? Let me check. Let me check. 1.7K. Let's try to get to 3,000, everybody. Let's try to get to 3,000 if we're on YouTube. Yes, 1.7, everybody. Let's run it up to 3,000 if we can. We got about an hour left on the stream, everybody. Alrighty. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Rodney, you look so pissed. Accept the guest request that I sent you. Alrighty.
How's it going?
What's good? Oh, Rodney. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
56.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Hell no.
Oh, so why are you mad in the comment section that people are sending me money, bro?
No, I'm not. I was kind of commenting to somebody that said that you're begging for money. And I just made a comparison, like all the girls on TikTok dancing for money. What's the difference? No, I'm not mad at you, dude.
Okay. All right. Maybe I misinterpreted. I'm confused. All right. We'll get another person up to help him out in the meantime. Jamie, think of the $2. For some reason, I thought they were trying to say that like they were mad at me. Making
It
money on
seems
the
like
app.
he was fighting against another troll.
Yeah, it seems like he was. I gotta find the troll. All right. User, did you find your source?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
So I'm looking at so I guess there's been a term specifically for what I was talking about called non-tariff barriers. Non-tariff barriers are basically policies that these other countries have that hurt our trading abilities with them. For example, in China, most of our foreign auto.
What specifically hurt our trade abilities with them?
Non-tariff barriers.
What, like such as?
So, such as in China, we have a 15 to 25% import duty on most foreign auto vehicles.
That would be a tariff.
Okay.
So, user, just to jump in for a half second, what you're talking about on cars, like it's not that we can't sell our cars in any country. It's just depending on the country, regulations are different. And so it may be harder for U.S. cars to be sold due to like emissions and, fuel and also size. I mean, you talk about Europe and you look at the roads in Europe, like American made cars aren't made for Europe. It's an older country with narrow roads. And so they don't sell well. So overall, we may have a harder time selling our cars in different countries, but there's no countries that we just can't sell the cars. So you're wrong.
If anything, it's the other way around. Like the U.S. doesn't allow Chinese-made cars to be sold in the U.S. Right, in plenty of instances, like especially
in
specifically,
India,
like Biden did something that was beneficial. He actually put tariffs on Japan when it came to like EVs, when he was trying to bolster the EV production in the U.S. and allow us to catch up as far as the development of EVs. And so that was actually a smart tariff, but Trump doesn't know about smart tariffs.
So don't you think that like in the ideal free economy, like all these policies and whatever they shouldn't be there in like a true free economy?
So if you want to reduce the level of barriers, I think some targeted tariffs are okay. If you want to reduce the level of trade barriers overall, you wouldn't support Donald Trump, is essentially the point that I was making, because you couldn't find a single area around the entire world that has lower levels of trade barriers now comparative to when Trump originally got in office. So if your whole point was specifically to be able to if your whole point was to be able to reduce trade barriers, then you wouldn't support Donald Trump. That's essentially my point.
I mean, I think that's what Donald Trump's working on right now. Like, we haven't struck any deals with India or China right now. I think China is. Do you agree that China has unfair trade practices?
What are they doing
Not
that's unfair towards the United States?
What's that?
What are they doing that's unfair towards the United States?
I'm not saying that China is like specifically targeting the United States, but in terms of like the rules and regulations that they have, like anybody from other countries trying to trade with China, it's unfair. It's like we have to partner with one of their companies over there, provide access to all our data, and then what they do is they take all our data and they like spin off like 5 other different Chinese companies, and then
American companies already sell them our data. So
I understand, like they do that willingly in order to be able to trade in China, but that shouldn't be the case. Like we shouldn't have to give up company secrets in order to do business in China, is what I'm saying.
Restart what you just said. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think he just has the wrong premise, right? Listen, when you talk about trades and trade deficits and tariffs, like it's literally one country trying to position the other country to a better spot so they can actually improve their country. It's business in a lot of sense, but then also you can look at tariffs being levied to not only level the playing field when it comes to quote unquote trades, but also different reasons as far as not necessarily forcing countries, but bringing countries to the negotiating tables for different reasons. Again, the premise that you have as far as tariffs is off base because of the way that Donald Trump is using it. Parker and I admit like tariffs can be good in certain situations, but the idea that you should just completely waive
Parker,
tariff
do you
around
agree with that?
Yeah, we just said targeted tariffs are good in some circumstances. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Okay.
But
Continue. Sorry.
The premise that waving tariffs around at everyone is going to be anything beneficial. It doesn't work that way.
Okay. So then, would you support like waiving tariffs at like a smaller section of countries instead of like the whole world?
No. By targeted tariffs, we mean like on specific industries.
Okay, so do you not think that because we have the U.S. has a trade deficit with almost like every single country in the world? Do you think that's a problem or no?
No. What's the issue with the trade deficit?
If basically more money is going out than coming in, like that is a bad thing. Like ideally, the ideal trade,
because we're getting value in the goods that we buy from them.
Yeah, and we're also losing like all our factories and workers and things like that. And do you think you don't think it's true that we've lost we've significantly lost our manufacturing ability as a country?
Under Trump's administration, you mean? We've had a reduction in real manufacturing investment under Trump, and we saw a massive increase under the Biden-Harris administration.
I'm talking about over the past like 50 years. Do you guys agree that the U.S. has lost a significant portion of our manufacturing capabilities?
So our economy has changed over time, and it is the case that we don't do as much manufacturing jobs now than we did historically in the past. What's your point?
My point is that manufacturing is a very important thing that a country can have. Like if you can't produce and you're only like designing things, like being able to create something physically is a very important skill. And then if you don't have that ability as a country anymore, especially during war, that is very dangerous for our country. Like if we got into a war with China, China would be able to outproduce us. I don't have like
get into a war with China, and also you understand who are they going to sell their products to?
Who's China going to sell their products to?
Yeah.
I mean, us and the whole world. So
in a
what are you
war,
saying?
we're gonna buy their products, but okay. I mean, so then wouldn't the economy still continue in the same way then?
Okay, so I'm in construction, right? And I'm like a construction project manager essentially.
So the tariffs are hurting your business. Yes.
Some products I'm sure, yeah, like we've experienced tariffs. But
so Donald Trump just applying random tariffs to the different industries are negatively impacting your ability to.
Can I finish my thought?
Sure.
Can I finish my thought? So I'm in the construction industry. So in the construction industry, like you have architects that basically design the building, but then you have your like general contractors that actually build the building. So in terms of like building it, like we possess so much more understanding, such a, like a deeper understanding about everything that goes into the building. And like essentially, like after I've been doing this for so many years, like I could go and design my own building, but at the same time, the architect, they haven't been building these buildings, so they are designing it. They create better drawings than I would be able to create, but they're not able to go out and create their own building, whereas I would be able to go out and create my own building. Does that you know what I'm trying to say?
So you're saying the difference between you and an architect is that you actually do the hands-on work while architects do designing.
Correct. And because I do the actual hands-on work, I'm able to have a deeper level of understanding of, you know, the entire process, and I'm able to spin it off and do it by myself if I wanted to. Whereas the architect
I don't think
can't
so.
do it by themselves.
Like for you to sit here and say that you can actually, just because you're in construction and you know how to actually put the building together, does not mean that you have the ability to design the building. Like that's why architects exist. And like there's a line of demarcation. That's like saying, well, you know, just because, you know, I play a sport, I can also coach the sport as well. It doesn't work that way. You might have an understanding, but you don't have the intricate details in order to be an architect. That doesn't make sense. Also, that has nothing to do with tariffs. I'm wondering where we're going with this.
Well, what I'm saying, I'm trying to tie this back to what we're talking about, because we're talking about like the U.S. being a heavy design country, and China being the heavy manufacturing country. And so China, as they're producing all this stuff, they're taking all these designs that we're giving to them, and they're able to go out and replicate it by themselves if they wanted to, and they have been.
So are you saying that China's still in our intellectual property?
Well, yeah, okay, absolutely, so, I am, but I'm not. That's not
sure.
All that
okay,
I'm saying.
So I kind of want to help you along with this this point, because it seems like we're kind of laboring, and I'm not sure what's happening, but. Yes, China has stolen intellectual property across the globe. And it would have been smart for Donald Trump to take a targeted approach to actually aim it towards China and use our partners instead of just implementing instead of just implementing universal tariffs on everyone. So if he would have went to our partners, our countries that we have agreements with, and say like, hey, China's stealing our stuff, let's work together and put tariffs on them, then that would be something that's focused. But he didn't do that. He put tariffs on everybody, including islands with penguins, because he doesn't understand the economy. He doesn't understand tariffs. He doesn't understand like how the global markets work. He's one track minded, and he sold the idea of tariffs to people that don't understand tariffs. Like that's the problem.
So I think what Trump is doing is he's trying to reduce these non-tariff trade barriers and tariff-related trade barriers with
Sure.
all
Question
these
for you.
different countries.
We have a trade deficit with a couple of countries in Africa that we buy diamonds from, right? We buy a large amount of diamonds from them. They can't really buy much from us because they're a poor country. Should Donald Trump tariff those countries because there's a trade deficit because we can afford to buy their diamonds, but they can't afford to buy our like military equipment and jets?
Well, they don't have to buy military equipment and jets, but they could buy something.
There's
like
nothing that
smaller.
they're going to be able to buy that would make up that trade deficit because we're literally buying diamonds from them.
They can absolutely buy more American.
How can the poorer countries? How can the poorer countries, when the only thing they have to really sell is rare minerals, and they're selling those? How can they afford to buy other things from a country like America? Where, hey, what do we actually export from our country?
It depends. Like I don't know which country you're talking about, but I'm saying like
what do we export?
Well, let me ask you a question. Are they buying foreign products? Are they buying from other countries?
Yes, they are.
If they're buying
from
for
other countries because they need to buy other things, but they can't afford to buy.
Why can't if they're buying from other countries? Why can't they buy from America?
Because their GDP. Again, it's not that they're not buying from America. They can't buy the actual deficit that they have does not overtake the amount that America's buying from them because America's buying diamonds. America's buying diamonds from them, and we might be buying, soybeans.
I don't know what you're. Well, I don't know why you're saying that they couldn't buy other American products like soybeans. Why can't they buy soybeans? But okay,
I said they are. Who has the largest GDP in the world?
The U.S.
Okay. So does that mean that we can buy more than like a smaller country?
Yeah, we can buy more than a smaller country, but I don't know why we're talking about smaller countries right now.
So
like
that's why we have trade
talking about
deficit.
big countries.
Think about it. If we are trading with, like, say, a country, I'll give you an example. If we're trading with a country like Sweden has a significantly smaller population, right, than the United States as a whole. We're going to demand more of their products likely than they're going to demand of our products, right? Because we have more people than they do, right? So
yeah,
if we have a trade deficit. Hold up.
If you're just talking about one country, yeah, of course, but we have a trade deficit with.
Can I please address
most of the world?
Yes.
Wait, can I answer the one question? Because you asked me earlier which country had a reduction in tariffs specifically because of the trade deal. So our trade deal with Japan, our tariffs on Japanese autos are lowered. It was at 27%. Now it's at 15%.
No, what was it under the Biden-Harris administration?
I don't know. What was
That's the comparison you have to make. Is what was it under the Biden-Harris administration, and what is it now under the Trump administration?
It was 27 under Biden. Now it's 15.
Wait, what's your source?
Because of the trade deal. ChatGPT. CBT News.
What's the title?
U.S. cuts tariffs on Japanese autos. U.S. cuts tariffs on Japanese autos to 15% under trade deal.
Autos to 15% under trade deal.
And then, I mean,
what is it from?
Don't you think it's also
what's the place from? CBP?
CBT News.
Okay.
And then all these countries are.
Hold up. That's from. Let's take a look. Where does it say in 2024 that it was 27%?
I'm reading that first section on the dash.
27% is what the Trump administration brought it up to, isn't it?
No, it went down.
What? No, Trump brought it down from the original rate in which he brought it up to, right? There's nowhere in this that says in 2024 that it was 20-something percent.
It doesn't specifically say.
Yeah, that's what I asked
in
you.
2024 is that this. Well, I don't have a source that says what it was at in 2024, but
Okay.
but then don't you think it's also a great thing that these countries, like for example Japan, is giving us $550 billion, and we get to invest it however we want to.
That's
No
just how
one's
much
giving
in
us
trade we have with their
$550
country.
billion.
Wouldn't we have less trade if they have an imposed tariff?
Wait, say that again.
There's an imposed tariff. The level of trade's going to be less because the tariff is imposing a trade restriction.
I don't know what you're saying. Are you
Trade
talking?
restrictions reduce trade.
Okay, I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
Uh huh.
Okay.
So
So
what are you
there are
saying?
more trade restrictions in office since Trump got in office, that means that there's going to be less trade, right? Higher tariffs,
Are you
less trade.
But you're talking about all like the tariffs that he's implementing as like a negotiation tactic. If you take out all of those things and you're just looking
Well,
at
we haven't got anything from the negotiations.
what do you mean we have? Here, let's look at the trade deal with Japan, because that's just the one I'm looking at right now.
Based on available analyses, the average tariff rate on Japanese automotive imports to the United States in 2023 was 15%. So what? We're at the same fucking rate? We're literally at the same fucking rate we were prior, and you're like, dude, we have less restrictions now. He increased it and then decreased it to the same rate it was prior, and you're like, that's a win.
Where is that source? Well, I don't even like. I mean, do we? Do you guys think that these deals that we're striking? So you're saying these deals that we're striking with each country have no impact? They don't benefit our country? Because I don't think that's the case. Like with our trade deal with Japan, we apply a 15% tariff on Japanese products, and they don't
That's
apply
products
any
overall,
tariff.
not just automotive. So by the way, that's an increase
Sure.
on the products overall. So we were just looking at automotive.
Sure. Okay, so let's just look at the trade deal in general. We apply a 15% tariff on most Japanese goods, and Japan doesn't impose any tariff on us. Don't you think that is a great thing for our country?
Again, what do we get from the trade agreement?
We got 550 billion from Japan. We got to tariff Japanese products 15%. They don't get to tariff us at all.
What do you? Wait, no, they kept their tariffs. What are you talking about? They have 15%. Isn't that what they agreed to?
No, you're still talking about automobiles. I'm talking just overall, like everything. We apply 15% on their products. They apply 0% on our products.
Where did you see that? And also, what was the amount that they applied before?
I don't like, you're asking me a lot of questions, Parker, and I wish I had those answers. I'm just looking at, the results of the Japanese trade deal.
Yeah, but like you have to know if these are new because Trump claimed things that he did stuff, and then if you actually look at it, like he didn't really get anything.
But that's like an assumption that you're making that he didn't actually get anything.
So what did he actually get then? Like name one thing. Can you name one?
I just named two. We get to apply 15% on Japan. They apply 0.
Where do you
on
get
us.
that it was 0%? Like, can you give me a source?
Because that's not true.
Can you just
trust you?
ChatGPT?
No.
Well, actually, yeah. That,
How about you look up the
Why
source?
not?
How about you look up the source?
Okay. Okay, I go into Google.
No, how about you go look
type
up the
in
source? How about you do that yourself?
Okay, this is a Japan trade deal.
Wait, actually,
with
here's
US.
what it is. Oh my God. Here's 2024. It says all products was 4.3% in Japan. Agricultural products 15.5%, and non-agricultural is 2.5%. And then everything else.
Okay,
was
so
like nothing. So like, dude, what are you talking about? We had way less tariffs prior.
Yeah. So prior to Donald Trump getting in office his first term, our actual trade, the actual trade, I'm sorry, the tariffs were way lower. And then Donald Trump started a trade war in his first term. Like literally, the tariffs were at single digits, right? And then Donald Trump continued to escalate it. That's why we were in a trade war the first term, and that's why we're in a trade war now. So.
Okay, so just to respond to what Parker was saying, like, so Japan was tariffing us at 4%, 2%, whatever you said earlier.
We had all products. It was 4.3% on them.
Okay, so we were tariffing them 4.2%. You said
4.3% on average across all goods.
4.3. Okay, so now we're at 15.
Yeah, which is way.
So that's a good thing for us.
No, that's bad. Wait, you were just arguing that what was good that we got from the tariffs was a reduction in tariffs. And then now you're advocating that an increase in tariffs is actually a good thing. What?
A reduction in tariffs on their tariffs on us is a good thing. But an increase on our
where
tariffs
did you get that? And again, I'm waiting for that source on that.
Where did I get what?
Where'd you get that source from? Like that they decreased how much they're tariffing.
Okay, let me ChatGPT this. But okay, can we just agree in general? If we can tariff, you haven't even heard
we're
what
not.
I
Yeah, because you keep saying stuff that's like you keep making stuff up. I'm sorry, Parker's super
I'm not
patient,
making stuff
but you're
up.
sitting
What
here
am I
trying to
making?
type in the Chat GTP and you're like looking for confirmation bias and you're not citing any source and you're just going in circles because you don't understand how
Okay.
tariffs work. This is.
No,
I'm sorry. Parker. Go ahead.
Can we just agree that if we're able to tariff another country higher than they're tariffing us, that's a good thing?
No.
You don't agree with that? Why do you not agree with that?
Because it is the case that tariffs are paid by our consumers.
Okay, but it will help drive American business.
No.
But like not in an effective
Why
ways.
no?
Not in effective ways because it is the case that again, in terms of these industries that you're building up, they're only going to exist if you keep the tariff in place. So unless you keep the tariff in place forever, right? It is
Which is what these trade deals are doing. The intention is that these are forever.
That's not trade deals are never that they're going to be for forever. That's ridiculous. But also, if you want to talk about a trade deal,
Okay, well, the last,
if you want to talk
okay,
about
if not for forever, then like 30, 40 years.
So if you're going to talk about how long the trade deal is in effect, again, that still is not going to be again a good set of conditions because it's paid by the American consumers. There's a tax on lower and middle income individuals, right, which is going to harm working class people in this country. It shifts the burden of taxation from those that are higher income to those that are lower income, disproportionately.
Do you think that if American business does well, that American workers will do well?
Not necessarily.
American business will do well if it is the case that the American consumer base is doing well.
And you can also take a look back at Trump's recent tax cuts, right? Instead of with businesses, when they took those tax cuts, they had additional funds that they could actually reinvest in their employees. Instead of doing so, they paid out stock dividends and they paid bonuses to their C-level. So it doesn't mean that just because companies has access to more funds that they're going to directly pass them on to their employees or anything like that. So it's not a one-to-one.
I can agree with that. It's not a one-to-one, but I think in general, like if let's say a U.S. company is doing extremely well, such as, I don't know, is NVIDIA a U.S. company?
No.
Okay, then
how about Walmart? Is Walmart a U.S. company? Yes. Has Walmart been doing extremely well? Yes. What about Walmart employees? What do you know about Walmart employees?
I think
Walmart employees are one of the biggest employee base that is benefits of SNAP, or that apply for SNAP benefits. Literally, Walmart doesn't pay their employees livable wage, even though they're one of the largest and most successful companies in the country, in the world.
Okay, I do agree with that. That like there is
NVIDIA
something
is
broken
an
with
American
that
company.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay,
that's what I thought.
I was sworn that it was. I apologize.
You see, you say things so confidently, and you make me believe you. But okay, can we? Because I want to talk about one other topic. So, but I do agree with you that there is something broken with like these big mega corporations where their employees do not benefit as much as their leaders, and there is something broken about that.
So there's a natural trickle up effect in the economy, but there isn't much of an incentive for the money to trickle down unless there's a profit incentive on behalf of the employer. So like the issue is that like you could hope that good faith actors would do so, but in reality that's not what's likely to occur, given that like businesses are engaging in profit maximizing conditions.
So what is your ideal trickle up plan? Like how do you
provide people access to basic amenities that they need, provide people access to basic amenities they need, give them the necessary safety net that they need, right? And it is the case that we're going to have a booming economy.
So
if you provide education and you provide a safety net for people, that's good.
So if you were president, you would just because in order to provide all these amenities to everybody, like your tax rate is going to go way up high, right?
No.
How do you provide all these amenities without raising taxes?
Well, I'm not saying we don't raise taxes. I'm just saying you don't have to raise taxes to like levels in which are like ridiculously high. Again, we can easily raise taxes specifically on the rich and wealthy in this country and be able to pay for these programs to a significantly higher extent and cut massively from the military budget that is overly funded, and we'd have significantly more money to be able to help out like individuals in need. Bailey, how old are you?
33.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
You said that was socialism. Could you define socialism?
Socialism is where the government provides basic needs for those through the taxpayers, like through our taxes. And
okay, so do you believe in Social Security?
To some extent, yes.
Okay, so are you a socialist?
No.
Okay, so do you support any level of socialism?
Yes, I don't think we should not have any type of welfare system.
Wait,
but I don't think
you do agree with some level of socialism?
Yes, but not a full country's worth of, like Germany, for example. I have a we had a German exchange student from Germany. I'm very close with her. The way that they run, I've talked with her closely about it. I do not support the way Germany runs their system.
Okay, well, we can talk about that in a second, but Social Security is definitely not a system that I would consider socialism. Socialism is when the workers control the means of production democratically, and I do think that redistribution of wealth to be able to provide social safety nets is a liberal idea, which is a capitalist ideology, not a socialist ideology.
Okay,
you could say that they're socialistic as they're influenced oftentimes by socialist ideas.
Yeah. So how would you define socialism?
Again, I just told you workers control the means of production democratically.
Okay, so you don't think it's not something you agree with?
I'm not a socialist, no. I'm a social democrat. I'm a liberal.
Okay. But so you don't agree with raising taxes and making and
I agree with taxing the rich. Tax the rich.
But for what?
Specifically to be able to fund programs that people need, like universal access to healthcare and childcare, and paid paternity and maternity leave.
So how is that not social welfare?
Well, those are social programs meant to benefit people in need, but that's not socialism, because it's not having the workers control the means of production.
Give me an example, like in history, what you're saying would be socialism.
I don't think that the type of socialism that I'm referencing has existed to the degree that I'm advocating. So there have been socialists have been trying to create socialist systems, but I don't believe in any system that's been socialist other than, like, I guess you could point to some and you might maybe consider them state socialists in some connotations, but I think everyone is a state I think every single one historically has been a state capitalist system.
So do you completely disagree with capitalism then?
No. I'm a liberal. I'm a social democrat. I believe in a capitalist system with social safety nets and regulations.
Okay, and so how would you gauge on what level of social safety net someone needs? And I guess where would that line be for you?
It's going to be like in terms of the different policies that we support, right? What we can do as a society, like what's possible. Right, what is going to be within the bounds of what we can do. So, like, for example, this country can afford to do universal access to health insurance, right, in this country, right? It is the case that countries around the world do that, and they spend almost half as much per individual as we do here, and they have better average health outcomes. So we could easily do that. We could easily do a universal childcare system to be able to provide better access to childcare, right, for people in the low and middle class, particularly because childcare in this country is extremely expensive.
So do you believe that people abuse the system that we already have in place?
I believe people like Donald Trump have abused the system.
No, I'm talking about people, not government. I'm talking about humans.
He is a person.
Well, I know, but I mean like the people, not
Donald
not
Trump
our
is one of
leadership.
the people in the country.
Right, but he's making choices for the people. I'm talking about the people who are in direct, people under leadership, like you and I, taxpayers, civilians. Yes.
Okay. What about civilians? Sorry.
Do you think they abuse the system that we have in place?
Yeah, I think that rich and wealthy people abuse the system that we exist in to an extremely high extent because of the levels of tax loopholes that we have in our society and influence that they can specifically have over our political systems.
Okay, so I guess my question
and
is...
that's why we need different types of regulations and antitrust laws because it
right.
Parker, you're kind of dodging the question, though.
What?
I said you're kind of dodging the question that she's asking.
Right, let me give you an example.
I'm more like just trying to redirect. I'm more or less trying to redirect.
Let me give you an example. So people, so because we have, welfare system and food stamps and all of those things, which I think are great things for people who are in need, there are lots of people who I see who choose not to work because they don't want to lose those. They don't want to make too much money in order to not get those benefits. Where I think that's abusing the system.
Let's talk about this then. So, are there any people that specifically shouldn't be on the context of our system? Are there any people that engage in fraud in terms of getting access to, certain things in our social safety nets? Yeah, there is fraud to some degree.
100%.
But right? It's a very small portion. And it is the case that I still want to ensure that everyone has access to it who needs it. And it sounds like Republicans are okay with cutting, millions of people off that need it because there's one person on it that they want to get off that doesn't need it.
But I think, Parker, like, you're saying that's a small percentage, but like, where do you get that idea? Because I feel like
fraud rate.
It's not
look
a
up
small
fraud
percentage.
rate for Medicaid.
Yeah, you can actually verify it.
Okay, but that's not what we're talking about. So, like, for example, I live
Are you cut out?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
The Native American system, like the Cherokee Nation, they run like a yes, I am one, but they run a welfare program and all of those things. Their healthcare is socialized and it is free healthcare, and I see it firsthand here where it's not as great of an idea as you think it is. Our hospitals are overrun. You can't even get in for a minor surgery.
So they're underfunded. If we look at countries around the world, they have universal healthcare systems where it is the case they spend half as much per individual and have better health outcomes. So as much as you
but they're not underfunded though, because the Cherokee Nation is not underfunded. They have millions.
The healthcare system might be specifically in that context if you aren't able to get access to the care you need and that it's overrun, because you could have access to more doctors and more medical professionals. There could be more hospitals that could
right, and they have
I definitely think every aspect of the health system in the context of the United States is underfunded. I believe in a universal healthcare system.
Right. So, but I'm just saying what I've seen on a small level. Like, I don't think that our country could do it on a large level without it getting massively out of hand. I also don't think Canada is a great example because they also have. I have friends in Canada who will come to America for surgeries because you can't get into just a minor surgery.
That's absolutely a misnomer. I live in Washington State. I literally travel to Canada often to get medication because it's cheaper, easier, quicker. I can see doctors, all this.
Well, medication's different, not surgery.
But when you talk about elective surgeries, yes, it may take more time, but actual like wait time for general issues are relatively short, and then like emergency issues is really quick. So if you talk about like elective surgeries, yes, you can, it could take longer, but not like surgeries that you actually need. So if you're talking about getting a nose job, yes, that'll take longer. But if you're talking about like you break a bone or, you need ACL repair or whatever, like that's different.
Right. I wasn't just trying to talk about healthcare. I just was saying welfare programs in general. I think the way it gets abused is people choose not to work and enter into the workforce when they're being funded completely, and they choose to stay in an impoverished lifestyle because it's free and they don't have to work. And that's where I think we get into.
Is your idea that social programs lead to more poverty?
Yes, it does.
Can you
100%.
give me any evidence of that?
I just did with where I live. It's the poorest county in
that's an anecdotal
Oklahoma.
experience. I'm asking like any sources overall. Like, could you give me a study that indicates that Medicaid access increases the rates of poverty, or Social Security access increases the rates of poverty, or Medicare increases the rates of poverty? Because actually, historically, what we've seen with every single one of these systems is that they've radically reduced poverty in this country.
Okay, but what do you consider rich versus poverty? Because does owning things, owning land, owning homes, does that count as rich? Or that's what I'm getting at, because those countries that have those things, they don't own it.
When we're talking about rich, we're typically talking about people, right, in terms of like the system, are making over $400,000 in a year. Right, and we're saying we want to do a slight higher tax on income over $400,000 a year to be able to pay.
Right, but you can be making $400 a year in California and be living paycheck to paycheck. So what I'm saying is,
if you're making $400,000 a year and living paycheck to paycheck in California, that's probably your own like quality of life specifically that you're funding. That is probably going to be the issue. To be honest, I live in Los Angeles, and if you make $400,000 in a year, you will be good.
Right, exactly. But what I'm saying is, what I would consider having wealth is owning things, like having, it's not just, having equity in things, having not just what you make in a year or what you make. Like, you can be making a paycheck, but if it's all going towards your life, then I don't really consider that rich. If it's all going towards necessities. So what I'm saying is,
I'm sorry. If you're making $400,000 a year, you're definitely not. If you're spending $400,000 in a year, you're not going to be spending all of your money on necessities. That's ridiculous.
right? But I'm saying your examples of countries that are less impoverished because of social welfare. I'm saying those people do not own things. They live. They pay rent. If
you want to talk about that,
grocery stipends.
If you want to talk about that, sorry, I don't mean to keep going on this, but I actually read something into this earlier. If you look at the median wealth of countries, like for example Denmark, they have almost 2 times the median wealth of the United States. Right, the median wealth in the United States, I think I saw it was 124,000. Right, median wealth. Right, and then for Denmark, it was over 200,000.
Right.
And also, just a quick call out, when you talk about those other countries that do have access to it and they pay into like universal health care, all this other stuff, and while they may have lower take home money as far as take home, like their quality of life is better because they don't deal with other issues. So those countries that are more socialized, where they're taking more money out of their pay, they actually get more back in as far as what they have access to. Where we in the United States, yes, we may have a higher take-home pay, but the out-of-pocket expenses that we incur are way more, and they don't actually offset. And then our quality of life sucks as well. Whether we talk about
they're not. But they're not free. Like that's not. You're being allotted.
What are you talking about? They rank better on the Human Freedom Index and the Economic Freedom Index.
But you're not free you're being told, here's your grocery stipend, here's your healthcare stipend.
That's not true, one.
Yeah,
Secondly, as it relates to this, if you want to talk about freedom, you can't say that while simultaneously supporting a guy that undermines people's First Amendment rights, Second Amendment rights, Fourth Amendment rights, Fifth Amendment rights, and 14th Amendment rights.
Well,
okay,
so do
I'm
you
not
then.
trolling.
So do you then.
Do you want me to give you specific examples?
If we're going to go off
so do I.
You support someone who also disagrees, because here's where we're at as a country, we're fighting on this on both sides. So your side is also against those rights because you're against freedom of speech.
How?
Because while Biden was in office, Mark Zuckerberg was paid to silence people on Facebook.
No, he was not paid to silence people from the government. That's ridiculous.
I think he was pressured.
He admitted it.
Pressured. It's literally just they said to do this. There was never any oh, this is going to happen to you if you do this, which is exactly what happened under the FCC
why would they do that?
Jimmy
That's
Kimmel.
a freedom
I also
of
want to
speech.
I want to wrap in Santana real quick. He has his hand up.
Go ahead and finish your point, Parker, because I have something else for her. So finish that point, because I got something else. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Donald Trump he passed an executive order to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which is a violation of the First Amendment. He's actively also a court and determined that he was violating people's free speech rights relating to pro-Palestinian speech in this country. For specific examples, Mahmoud Khalil was detained for over 104 days without due process for saying "Free Palestine."
Donald Trump's all his social media accounts were just
right.
They just silenced him.
Taken off.
That has nothing to do with the
shot in the ear.
He incited an
has nothing to
insurrection
do
at the
with
That is
Capitol.
not true.
Wait,
That
he
is not
incited.
true.
He literally incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, and then Twitter decides to take him down because they don't want someone who incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol.
Have you watched the video?
Platform. Let me please finish. That was not the federal government. That is literally the private company choosing to do that. Private companies choosing to do something is not limiting someone's freedom of speech.
Okay, so then with Jimmy Kimmel, wasn't Disney the one that chose to do that?
Who's the FCC chair?
I don't know.
Okay, then just stop. You don't know what the difference is.
His name is Brendan Carr, right?
Brendan Carr. Brendan Carr directly influenced and threatened Disney and said that if they didn't take action on Kimmel, then the FCC would. That's direct influence from the actual federal government. The FCC chair literally directly threatened the company to take action towards Jimmy Kimmel. Donald Trump, the decision to actually take him off social media was done by those heads of the different companies because he tried to overthrow the country and he used their platform as a way to do it. That's the difference.
But that's false because if you actually watch the video of his speech, it's not true that he tried to overthrow the country.
Really?
So I got a quick
let's
question.
go through this. Hold up. Before you do, I just wanted to
No, go ahead.
make
You
sure
got it.
this is clear with her. One, he said, fight like hell and to take back the country from those that stole it from you. And then he pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers and he called them patriots.
His speech had nothing to do with going into the Capitol and doing that. He was giving a speech. He
Fight
had
like
no
hell
idea.
and take back the country from those that stole it from you.
Why don't you look up the quotes that your party has said too then? And let's
also
do
and
that.
technically based off of Pam Bondi,
Let's do
Donald
violent
Trump's,
riots.
based off of Donald Trump's current Attorney General Pam Bondi, that would be hate speech and that would be a reason for him to go to jail.
Right, I think
Like
she's wrong on that.
literally Pam Bondi is saying hate speech, inciting violence is a reason to go to jail. So if Donald Trump said that and it did incite violence because his words inspired them to go to the Capitol and do what they did, then Donald Trump should be in jail by the premise of his own Attorney General.
Right, I disagree with that because it's against the First Amendment. I disagree with what Pam Bondi said.
So you can see that, yes, the Trump administration is infringing on the First Amendment right because you disagree.
I can see that both sides are infringing on the First Amendment because they're so radicalized.
Give me one policy from Kamala Harris that was specifically to violate people's First Amendment right.
I honestly don't know her policies.
Okay, so how can you say that she was also advocating to violate people's First Amendment rights without knowing a single one of her policies that would have done so?
Oh, I didn't say she was. I just said your parties were.
Okay, so
do you guys think that there was pressure from the government to silence all the side effects that were happening from the COVID vaccine?
Okay, so when it comes to this, what you're not taking into account is that they were just claiming all they did was go up to Mark Zuckerberg and they said, you should take down vaccine misinformation that is leading to people getting fucking killed at mass because it is the case that they don't get vaccinated.
Wasn't. It was actually healing people.
Can I please finish? So what's it called? They were specifically doing so to save people's lives, right? They never said we are going to take away your ability to operate and do business if you do not follow through with this. That's a big distinction.
That is a distinction, but don't you think that by pressuring Facebook and other social media companies,
it's still an infringement?
No,
exactly. That is still trying. They were attempting to limit freedom of speech.
People were literally losing their lives.
No, I think that's warranted. Yeah.
Well, people's lives are being saved too. My dad's life was saved by hydroxychloroquine.
The difference.
He was. The doctors confirmed it. He's the only one that made it out of the ICU, and it's because he was on hydroxychloroquine.
I got a violation for reproduced or unoriginal content. What do you mean? It's literally me. Hello? That's crazy. I'm sorry, but like what did you just say? Repeat what you just said? Some anti-vaccine shit? Or not anti-vaccine?
Her dad was the miracle dad that took hydroxychloroquine and actually
he has severe asthma. Severe asthma should have killed him. Wait,
I'm sorry.
He fought them. They wanted to put him on a vent.
Give me any evidence that hydroxychloroquine was effective at dealing with COVID?
Yeah, it helped my dad. The doctors have no idea.
That's an anecdote. Can I have a source? Because that's called a correlation. Correlation does not equal causation. Just because two factors are associated does not mean one caused the other.
Hey, well, all the sources were scrubbed from Facebook by Mark Zuckerberg in 2020.
No, the sources weren't. What do you mean? You think all the sources on the internet were just on Facebook? What?
No,
hello?
it was videos
all the sources are stored on Facebook
of the doctors in Houston that were saying that they were seeing their patients. It was a whole group of doctors that were seeing their patients get better.
Wait, if you want to address this again,
I don't have. I'm
do you
just
have
on my
any
phone,
studies
so I
that
can't.
indicate this to be true? And again, correlation does not equal causation. Just because patients
Right.
got better and they also took the drug doesn't mean the drug helped them get better.
Okay. Well, I'm on my phone, and I don't have any other way to look something up. So
Well, I just want
I
to let
can't.
you know there is no source indicating that. I've already done the
There's not.
research.
All right. Well, the ones I've read.
I just want to call out one thing that I wanted to say
Where'd you
earlier
read it?
because this
Alex
lady
Jones'
is
website. Go ahead.
Yeah, this lady is a fountain of misinformation. I want to call back to the whole point where she said the Cherokee Nation like gets all this money for healthcare. That was something I want. I'm sorry to take us all the way back, but you completely lied. Like I had looked that up, and there's information about how yes, there's different amounts that the Cherokee Nation receive as far as like healthcare. And there's but it all boils down to what they receive and when they receive it, including federal grants, settlements, tribal investments, and things along those lines. And so, no, they don't have a consistent set amount for actual health care. So you're just wrong. Like you're a fountain of misinformation.
Well, you don't
Also,
understand how the
you
Cherokee
said you're
Nation
indigenous,
works.
right? You said you're
Right.
indigenous.
You don't understand how it works. They make their own
Sure,
money
but
out of
you
their
said- you
casinos,
said that
and they
you're
fund
indigenous, right?
themselves.
You said you're
Yes.
indigenous. You are. Are you connected?
Yes.
You are. So you have a band.
No, it's a card. It's a Cherokee Nation card. You have to be on the Dawes roll. Your family has to be on
you
the
are.
roll.
You are.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just making sure because saying that you are when you're not is definitely erasure and you don't want to do that. But like literally the point that I'm trying to make is your information isn't right. I'm not sure where you're getting that information from, but that's not right. Like literally, because there's a misnomer saying that they received $410.9 million, but that's from the amount they got. $100 million from the CARES Act. They also got settlements from OP settlement, which is the drug, can't say it. But then they also got 1.4 million in federal grants. They got COVID vaccine relief. Like, so the money that they get is made up of multiple things and it's not consistent. So like,
Right.
that's not
I
true.
didn't say that. I don't know what you're saying. What I said wasn't true. I said that they have money. They make money themselves too. They make billions in their casinos, and that's how they get most of their money. But they fund everything in this town. I don't know what you're saying I lied about. They literally have tons of money.
You said they receive millions of dollars for healthcare and health.
Yeah, I didn't say from the government, though. I said they have an unlimited amount of money covering all of the things. They have a high school where they have dorm rooms and they pay for kids to come play sports here. Like, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's from our government. I'm saying it's its own socialized government.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, what were we just saying? I was responding to a text.
Yeah, I apologize. I brought us back because that whole millions of dollars thing, like, is the point that she was originally trying to make, and she said that she saw that they had information on Facebook about the effectiveness of the heart dewormer.
Ivermectin?
No, I'm sorry. The hydrochloroquine.
Hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's no evidence of that being effective. Like, it's just an anecdote that you can point to. If you want to, I have a question. Do you think that the vaccine saved lives?
I think potentially it could have, yes.
Potentially? No, it did. It did save lives.
I don't think the data proves that, because I think
The
when you
data
look at
100%
the
proves
history, no, because COVID was already on the downfall. You can't really say, oh, it was the vaccine. when
No,
it
there was
already
literally Delta and Omicron. What are you talking about?
right,
on the
but the
downfall?
deaths were on the downfall. So you're saying saved lives. The amount of deaths were
The deaths
already
went
going
on a
down.
downfall because of the vaccine.
They were already down. If you look at the data, they were already down.
Wait, what month?
I told you I'm on my phone. I can't Google it. But I would, if I'm going off of what I've researched in the past, it was going down. I'm trying to think. When did Trump do the vaccine? In January? of 21. It was, or the deaths were already on the downfall by the end of the year, before the vaccine came out.
Not true. Not true. Deaths massively dropped because of the vaccine because of the vaccine. Once the vaccine got put into place, we saw massive declines in how many people died.
Okay.
And per million people.
Also, I just want to call out, I feel like people have revisionist history. Hey, do you remember under Donald Trump, not only did over a million Americans die, but do you remember that so many people died so quickly that they didn't have the ability to bury people? That like literally in New York, they had like people that they couldn't, it was packed everywhere. Like so many people lost their lives at the same time. They couldn't cremate them. They couldn't bury them. Yeah, they were putting them in ice cream trucks. Like, do you not remember that?
No,
Are we living in a fever dream where we just forgot about the horrible things that happened under Donald Trump because him lying about the vaccines?
I mean, I have a question. What were the total deaths that year versus the year before? I mean, were there really that many more deaths that year than?
I was just looking at it specifically from CDC data, and like I looked at it and I saw it once it was the vaccine got implemented in terms of us being able to use it, we saw massive declines in how many people died, right? And that was even
right. But
with
I'm saying, what about?
Go ahead.
What about the year before? Like before COVID, so 2019, how many deaths were there just in general, like
2019,
deaths?
we didn't even lock down yet.
Wait, are you saying how many people died in 2019, period?
Yeah,
I don't think there was was there anyone that died in 2019? I don't think there was.
No, she's not even talking about COVID. She just want to know how many people died, period, in 2019.
Yeah, because you're saying there was such an influx.
what?
I'm just curious what it is. I'm just curious what that influx was. Just
What?
because
Wait, I'm confused. What?
It's not even a relevant point. She's trying to say, oh, since there was more people dying because of COVID, then how many people died the year before?
I'm just curious because you're saying
there were
so
excess
many.
deaths under COVID. So like,
Yeah, I know.
Exactly,
I'm
that's
just
the
curious
point.
how
are you
many-
trying
because he's-
to argue COVID wasn't real or something?
No, I'm just trying to ask because he's saying, remember how so many more died. I'm not.
It
arguing.
sounds like she's trying to say, well, people die every year, Parker. So like, what's the relevance? That's what it kind of sounds like.
That's
Can I ask a question? I just want to bring back. This is a genuine question. You said Trump was lying about COVID, or
yes,
that's what you said. Can you help me understand what he lied about?
He brought up possibly looking into using disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19.
I do remember that, but it's not like he was pushing that on people. He mentioned it in one news conference, and then I think the left took that and like blew it up like crazy. But like, it's not like he like went out and made the recommendation, like an official recommendation to inject whatever bleach
He talked
into
about
your.
doing it.
I was actually talking about something different. He did lie about that too. User, really quick, when did you learn about COVID?
When did I learn about it?
Yeah, like when was it like a popular thing? When was it popularly known in the United States?
Well, I knew that when it was, I think, like late 2019, I started hearing about it. Why?
When was it popular within the United States? Most people started talking about it, and there was a shutdown. When did that happen?
I think we shut down like March or April of 2020.
Right. Most people really found out about it right around the time things started to shut down in March. When do you think Donald Trump learned about COVID?
I have no idea.
Donald Trump told Bob Woodward in October of 2019 that COVID was on the way. It's way worse than people could expect. He talked about an airborne virus that was going to be super harmful. Literally, he told Bob Woodward this on the record. So he knew about COVID.
Trump told Bob about this?
Yes, Bob Woodward. Yes, literally recorded it on the record, told him how bad it was going to be. He said it was on the way. He said it was coming out of China. He said that he knew that it was going to be harmful. And then he turned around and told Americans that it was the flu and it would go away in 2 weeks. He lied.
When did he say that?
He like, literally stood up and told everyone that it was the flu and it was going to go away in two weeks when it gets warm. This was like around Easter.
Okay, but then he probably corrected himself.
He did. He never does.
Well, he did go up and to give many news conferences about.
He didn't. He held super spreader events, and then that's why people like Herman Cain lost his life. Donald Trump held a super spreader event. Herman Cain caught COVID and then died from that. Donald Trump never addressed that. Donald Trump never apologized for holding super spreader events, even after he caught COVID and got like this mixture of a cocktail of treatments. He literally stumbled his way up the stairs, ripped off his mask, and tried to pretend like everything was okay. To the very end, he fought back and said it wasn't serious, even though over 1 million people lost their lives. Donald Trump lied to everyone.
I don't understand like the correlation of like, you know, like COVID. He told some guy that COVID was on its way, and then he said it was going to go away. But then after, maybe he said that during one news conference, but then every other news conference after that, he was saying like, hey, like social distance and, you know, wear a mask.
He literally held super spreader events. He literally kept having MAGA rallies. What are you talking about?
And which were outdoor and people were social distancing and wearing masks, which was
Donald Trump wouldn't wear a mask because he didn't want the makeup to wipe off his face. Literally,
he
that's
wore
why
a
he
mask
wouldn't wear a
up
mask.
until he would wear a mask. His mask was on as he was walking up the stage, and then when he had to give his speech, he would take off his mask, give the speech.
Not true. That's not true.
What do you mean that's not true?
That's literally not true.
That is true. That's just what happened.
Okay, find me a video where Donald Trump, except after he got out of Walter Reed when he had COVID. Besides that, find me a video of Donald Trump walking up and taking off his mask. You're confusing him with Biden. Biden did that. Biden literally wore a mask.
Biden also did that because
Biden did, but Trump didn't. Find me a video with Trump doing that.
You want me to find you a video of Trump wearing a face mask?
I want you to find me a video of Trump going up to give a speech where he's wearing a mask. He takes off the mask, gives the speech, and then leaves and puts the mask back on. He did not do that. Trump did not advocate for mask or social distancing.
So do you think that masks worked then?
Yes, N95 masks are incredibly effective. Surgical masks, especially at the time, worked as a social distancing mechanism and reduced the likelihood of transmission.
Also, that's a widely acceptable practice around the world. That's not a U.S. thing. Like anytime
Right,
there's
I've been to
any type
China.
of illness, exactly. That's
Right.
like standard practice until you figure out what's happening.
Right. I was just curious what you thought. If you still think that they worked or if they didn't.
Vaccines and masks are effective.
Do you guys still want to, because I kind of want to talk about a different topic, unless you guys want to stay on this COVID thing.
Yeah, go ahead. What do you want to talk about?
Just basically what's going on right now with the government shutdown.
Yeah, so it's actually the Republicans' fault. It's Trump's fault, and he
shutdown.
said it himself. Do you want to hear? Do you want to hear actually Trump blaming it on himself?
Okay, go ahead. But just because like he's said one thing, that doesn't overshadow like everything else that he's said, just in general. Like that's.
Listen.
If there is a shutdown, I think it would be a tremendously negative mark on the President of the United States. You know, I hear the Democrats are going to be blamed and the Republicans are going to be blamed. I actually think the President would be blamed.
Well, if you say who gets fired, it always has to be the top. I mean, problems start from the top, and they have to get solved from the top, and the President's the leader, and he's got to get everybody in a room, and he's got to lead.
I heard Boehner before I left say there's no way we're going to close up government. Well, that means the other side just won. Because if you don't have that at least threat, you can't do anything. You can't, and they got nothing. You got to say, we're going to close it, we're going to close it. You got to scare them. As far as keeping the government open, I think we want to keep the government open. Don't you agree? But you can't negotiate when your top person said, there's no way we close up government. Build that wall. Now, the obstructionist Democrats would like us not to do it, but believe me, we have to close down our government. We're building that wall.
I think that's a man who didn't know what it was like to be a president yet.
But you guys understand that Democrats have talked about not using policy to shut the government, or having differences in policy shutting down the government, right? Like there are things on both sides where people are like
Trump
being hypocrites now. What?
Trump can't govern. Out of all of the last 50 years, for the last 50 years, out of all the government shutdown, Donald Trump, before this one, 25% of the total government shutdowns have occurred under Donald Trump. Last time there was a government shutdown for 35 days, the United States lost out on $3.8 billion.
That's because nobody can agree. It's because nobody can agree.
Donald Trump can't govern.
Can I ask? What I want to talk about is like why we're shut down, and specifically, regarding like allocating more funds to Medicare for non-U.S. citizens, right? Because that's the heart of the issue, right?
No.
So by the way, no. So do you think that undocumented immigrants can qualify for federal services?
No.
I
think there's.
So then, how is that? What's the reason? How is that the reason why the government's being shut down?
Because they go to a hospital, to an ER, and use it, and then don't have documents, and they still have to be treated.
To clarify, if someone's dying, right, in the wait to be let into the ER, would you ask them their immigration status before you save their life?
No, I don't think that's not the issue.
No, right? So that's the point. That's why these laws exist, is to ensure that everyone gets access to the ER regardless of ability to pay, which also includes undocumented immigrants. By the way, that's not specifically them getting access to like Medicaid, right? Exactly. Or like insurance or anything like that. These are just like literally emergency health care. You agree with that, right?
I agree with that. Like, you
agree with healthcare. So you agree with healthcare for undocumented immigrants?
I agree with setting aside some funds for emergency situations, but that's not what we're talking about right now. Like, to answer your question from earlier, the reason why the government is shut down is not because of undocumented immigrants. It's because of like all these people that are claiming asylum, all these people that are they're technically, like, Biden gave 8 million people temporary legal status into our country.
These are two different things. So temporary protected status is different from specifically asylum. Asylum, which it can be given in places of asylum, but in terms of asylum is a legal process. Temporary protected status is a legal process.
Oh, okay, that's fine. And what I'm saying though is, like, these people that Biden allowed 8 million people, about 8 million people into our country during his 4 years. Now, these people are coming into our country, claiming or getting, whatever Biden allowed them to get. Now we have 8 million people now. So the heart of the issue right now is, should we be paying health care for these 8 million people? Now, understanding
those are legal immigrants. If you're talking about that, if you're talking about legal immigrants,
yeah.
By the way, healthcare for
legal immigrants, but non-U.S.
citizens. Immigrants coming to the country have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. Okay, did you know that? So they pay into our tax system.
I believe
to a greater extent. Did you know that the immigration surge under the Biden-Harris administration will lead to an $8.9 trillion increase in the GDP by 2034?
I just want to know why our government has never shut down for health care for homeless people or health care for veterans.
You guys don't care about you guys don't care about that.
This is also to protect health. Right now it's shut down because of healthcare, to get access to the for people to get access to healthcare through the context of the ACA, like what existed prior, and to reduce and so that like the healthcare premiums don't go up for people.
Correct. The only thing the Republicans had to do is extend the current subsidies that are connected with the Affordable Care Act, and not implement the massive Medicaid cuts that are going to impact about 10 million Americans. Like that's what the Democrats are fighting for.
10, you're saying 10 million Americans, but they're not U.S. citizens.
What are you talking about? Yes, they are. They're U.S. citizens. What are you saying?
You can't
No, they're
get
not.
access if you're not U.S. citizen.
What?
You've been propagandized.
Yes, you can. There's part of I think Medicare that is allocated towards non-citizens.
No, it's not. Explain what part.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
How so? How so? How can they get out? Wait. Okay, I have a question. What are the eligibility requirements for Medicare?
You have to be 65 or something like that.
What else?
Low income.
No, for Medicare. Everyone gets Medicare.
So. Are you sure about that?
The age of 6, yes.
Okay, so Medicare.
Everybody. You want to know what else? You must be a U.S. citizen or a lawful permanent resident. Wow. Oh my God. You have to be a U.S. citizen or lawfully in the country in order to be able to qualify?
Okay,
how the hell would they be able to get access to it if they don't even fucking qualify?
The heart of the issue right now is Biden allowed 8 million people to lawfully enter the country. That's what I'm talking about. That's what Republicans are talking about.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Say,
bro.
Okay, well, I have a question.
What's wrong with that?
Well, let me ask him this question. Let me ask this question.
Can I ask you a question first? Can I ask you a question first? Okay, so if you have a country and you have your own culture, you have people that have built your country up, and then you just allow whatever foreigners, like as many foreigners that want to come, you just allow them all in. Do you think that would have an impact on your country and your culture?
Before I guess, but I have a clarification questions. One, who built this country? And two, what's American culture?
Who built this country is immigrants.
No.
Okay, then who built the country?
Black people, slaves. This country, the land was stolen from indigenous people. It was built by black people, and then it was maintained by immigrants. That's
okay. If you're
now,
saying
what's American
that black
culture?
people were the only people that built the country, that's just
free
wrong.
Slave labor. Literally free slave labor. Literally.
But then after that, there were many other people that built the country. Also,
yeah, and then I just said immigrants.
during
Immigrants
slavery,
maintained the
there was
country.
Also, other people that built the country.
Sure, literally immigrants maintained the country. From Asians to Irish to now with Hispanic people, literally immigrants have maintained the country.
Wait,
sure, absolutely.
So then aren't you kind of conceding to the idea that a huge aspect of American culture is immigration? So you saying that does it change
I'm
the
not
culture?
anti-immigration.
Yes, but that's actually an important aspect of our culture.
Yeah, I think you guys need to understand. We're not, as MAGA, we're not anti-immigration. We're 100% for immigration. Our problem is with our system. It's broken and it needs to be fixed. And I think we all can agree on that it needs to be a better system. It needs to be easier to get into our country. But coming in through the ways that is happening is the problem, and that it's caused a huge issue. And that's where we're at,
I'm sorry, then why is MAGA going after people who are going into the country legally, like the guest that's arguing on the live right now? Why are they talking about denaturalizing people? Why are they violating people's due process rights? Why specifically in terms of immigration are they deporting people without criminal histories outside the context of coming to the country undocumented? I just don't see a reason as to why we would be doing it in any of these contexts. If it is the case that it was specifically about the safety and the security of this country, and it wasn't just anti-immigration.
Also, don't forget the fact that they've priced people out of claiming asylum. Like literally, they put a price tag on being able to claim asylum.
Do you guys think that it's a good thing that we're deporting people that have criminal histories?
I mean, if people have committed a violent crime or bad crime, I think they should be deported on the condition that they're going to be put in a prison in another country. So I don't have an issue with that, right? If you've been held civilly liable of sexual abuse, right, you should not be allowed to stay in the country.
Okay.
right? And you definitely shouldn't be allowed to be president of the United States.
What we can talk about that if you
Last
want.
one got him.
You caught me off guard with that. I'm considering
that last one was a doozy, huh?
Okay, fine. Let's talk about it. This thing.
He was about to agree with you, Parker, until you realized what you said. He was like, "Oh, can't agree with that."
I do want to get back to this immigration thing, but this Trump, Democrats always talk about how Trump has got 34 felonies. He's a criminal.
Do you care about his 34 felonies?
No, not really.
So then why do you care about people coming to the country undocumented? I mean, that's a misdemeanor, right? You care more about the misdemeanor than you care about Trump's felonies.
Because this Trump's what Trump did was, and how he got attacked for it was like a political setup by the Democrats. Like if Trump was never running for president, this would have never been a thing.
Yeah, because he committed the crime when running for president.
Exactly.
So like, I don't know
he
why you
wouldn't
guys
have
make
committed
this
the
point.
crime if you.
Okay, so
that was the worst point they can ever make. You're right, because he.
The crime that he committed was what? He made like a
falsified
wrong
business records in the first degree, which is a classy felony in the state of New York.
He made the
because of
wrong
the furtherance of it. Listen, I'm trying to explain it to you. Listen, please stop.
Okay, go ahead.
I got you. He falsified business records in the first degree, which is a classy felony in the state of New York, because of a predicate crime, meaning he committed this crime in furtherance of another crime.
Okay, but so what was this false business thing that what was that about? He was paying hush money to some chick, right?
To Stormy Daniels, and he was trying to hide that hush money payment by falsifying business records, which is illegal.
Okay, but is paying hush money illegal? Like,
no one said that's illegal. What people are saying that it's illegal in the context of him falsifying business records to hide that payment.
Okay, so I think his mistake was that he claimed it in the wrong way. You can, as a politician, you can pay hush money. That's not illegal. But in the way that he did it, I forget if he was like paying it through his campaign finances or something. That's what made it illegal.
So and he falsified the business. Wait, I'm sorry. If you don't care about the felonies, you can't just say it's Democrat run. It wasn't Democrat run, right? This was a unanimous decision from people in the context of a criminal court beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, so don't just say it's from the Democrats. No, the Democrats had nothing to do with this criminal conviction.
I mean, okay, that's fair. But in terms of what he did, if he did it in the right way, it is legal. But the one other thing I want to talk about,
he did it exactly. If he did it in the right way, it would be legal. He did it in the wrong way, which was illegal.
So the one other thing that I want to talk about, or I want to talk.
It's not.
The one other thing is that when people say he got 34 felonies, it's just the same misfiling 34 times. Like, it's not like he went out and committed 34 different felonies.
Are you saying just because someone violates the law doesn't mean we should be punishing them?
I think what he's saying, Parker, is that if you break the same law over and over and over, you should only be punished one time, not for breaking the law multiple times. So next time you get a speeding ticket, say, hey, you can't give me a speeding ticket because I already got a speeding ticket from speeding the first time.
I'm saying that what he did, if he filed it correctly, would have been legal. Paying hush money to
if I didn't speed on this day, I wouldn't be getting this ticket.
I'm saying he fucked up the way that he filed his accounting papers.
He didn't. It was intentional. He literally falsified the business documents with the intent misleading the American government I'm sorry, not the American government, but the American people during the election. He literally did it in order to hide this from the American people while running for president. It wasn't a mistake. It wasn't an F up. He didn't, accidentally put it on the wrong line. He did that purposefully.
Okay, so,
and if he wouldn't have just been
that's
so
interesting
cheap,
to me. So I want to understand it more. So you're saying that he knew that there was a legal way to do it and an illegal way to do it, and he chose to do it the illegal way?
what I'm saying is you are saying that he made a mistake. I'm saying that he was intentional with what he did. He intentionally misappropriated campaign finances.
Why do you think that, though?
If he wouldn't have been so cheap and just paid out of his pocket, then he wouldn't have misappropriated campaign finances.
Hey, why do we think that? The criminal conviction. Do you accept the court's typical? Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, why do you accept all of the cases against undocumented immigrants, right, but you don't accept the criminal conviction against Donald Trump?
Okay, I accept the criminal conviction against Donald Trump, but for me, it's not a big deal.
Oh, okay. You know what?
Did.
How about this? Undocumented immigrants who are in the country who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship where they should not have to leave the country, right? Where they can stay in the country and get legal pathway to citizenship and go through the vetting process while staying in this country. Because who gives a fuck? They came into the country undocumented. They committed a misdemeanor. But if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, who gives a fuck?
If it's one or two people or even say a few thousand people, that's fine. But we're talking millions of people.
Yeah, and again, wait.
And to go back,
millions of people is fine. Let me ask you this question: would you be okay with
it's not fine. It's millions of people. It's millions of mistakes.
What mistakes? What the fuck?
Millions. What are you confused about?
What do you mean millions of mistakes?
Millions of mistakes of allowing undocumented immigrants into the country.
Okay. I was really confused. I thought you were.
What did you think I was
calling mistakes? I thought you were calling people mistakes. I was like, what the fuck?
No.
Damn, dude, I literally I forgot what we were talking about because.
I want to go back to something you said. Just to clarify.
Something.
So
what were you just saying?
You guys said that Trump chose to do things illegally rather than do things legally.
Yeah, he
like
did it.
Why do you think
preference? He's a criminal. We think that.
Why do you think that?
Because the criminal conviction indicated that.
Yeah, and he likes doing illegal shit.
I don't think that there's anything that says, oh, Trump knew that there was a legal way to do it.
Are you disputing whether or not it occurred, or are you disputing whether or not you care about it? Because you've said both. You've said, I agree that it happened, but I don't give a fuck. And you've also disputed that it occurred. So which one is it?
I never disputed that it occurred. I'm saying I don't, it doesn't matter to me because there is a legal way to pay hush money. That was what he did. He paid hush money to Stormy Daniels.
He didn't do it legally. That's why he was criminally convicted.
Correct. And he made a mistake. And that same mistake happened 34 times.
Wait, okay.
And
so for undocumented immigrants, your response was you don't want the population to increase as much, right? So I'll ask you this question. Would you be okay with 1 to 3% population growth? Hey, listen. Would you be okay with 1 to 3% population growth per year?
Probably. I don't know. It depends. Okay. Like if they're all going to like one.
Did you know that's literally 3.6 to literally like 14 million people per year?
3.6 to what?
To 14 million people per year.
Is 1 to 3% per year? You're saying? Okay. So what are you saying?
Okay. So if you're okay with 3 to 14 million people coming to the country every single year, that's way more than came under the Biden-Harris administration.
Right. The problem is how our country is not able to get them through a legal system. I think that's my problem. It's not the people. It's not how many people. It's the way it's happening. It's unsafe. It's making way
Blame
for
Trump.
traffickers, drug traffickers, sex traffickers. All of these things can happen this way, and so for me, it's a secure thing.
So we have hundreds of billions of dollars to militarize ICE, but we don't have hundreds of billions of dollars to invest in the immigration process to make the legal vetting process go significantly quicker.
Think it should be. So that's what I'm saying.
Why are they investing money in militarizing ICE rather than making the legal process go significantly quicker, which would incentivize people to go through the legal process and then defund the human trafficking organizations that rely upon the border being in the manner in which it is, and incentivizing people to go through the process documented by it taking so long to go through the legal process in order to be able to have any type of trafficking system in the very first place. So if you actually made the system legal, if you made the system go quicker legally and you invested that money into the legal system, you'd have a significantly better system. And then also law enforcement wouldn't be so focused on, literally trying to deport people who are trying to work for a better life, and instead they'd be able to deal with people who are actually committing violent crimes and bad crimes, who are actually a threat to the safety and security of of our communities, right? Therefore, they would actually be doing something beneficial rather than literally stripping people away from their families without due process.
Right, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree.
Go off, Parker.
I don't disagree with you on that. I'm telling you, I agree with you. I think the issue is the former administration let it get so out of hand that they're having to do cleanup. And I think that's where we're all frustrated, because we would much rather everything be focused on the betterment of that. But because there's so much, I don't know if you've actually seen the videos and been to the border, but there's so much. I have friends who live down there. It is way way out of
everywhere.
hand. I do. I grew up in Texas.
She has friends in Canada, down in the border. She has friends in Europe. She has friends everywhere.
I do.
Do you have any sources anywhere, or just friends? What about them sources?
Well, I mean, you can look them up if you want to. I'm on my phone. I can't really.
So if you want to talk about the border, again, if we have more immigration, actually is better off, right? So if we wanted to incentivize people to go through the legal processes, if you want to address the violent crime in this country, well, then one, you should start with the fucking violent criminal in the position of political office that literally pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers after inciting a violent insurrection in the Capitol, and then called them patriots right after that. How about we talk about the fact that he literally pardoned violent rioters, right? So we can address violent crime from that perspective before we blame undocumented immigrants who are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens.
I didn't blame them for crime, but
is that not what we were doing?
I just said that it's gotten out of hand. I just said that the Border Patrol has gotten out of hand coming in that way, that I think we've got to fix that. I'm not saying that they've committed crimes. I'm not saying,
What's Trump's solution?
Well, from his first term, his solution was to put a ban, which everyone freaked out about. And so
on
that he could
entering the country,
right? Because it's not just.
Wait. I'm sorry. That's literally religious persecution.
Okay. It wasn't just Muslims, but yes, it was.
He said a complete
so that we can make way
into the country.
I think didn't he ban people from certain countries?
He specifically
it was so that
he called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, and he explicitly cannot do that because of how the law and the Constitution is set up. So he explicitly picked countries that have predominantly Muslim populations in order to specifically try and ban them from coming to the country to target Muslims. That is religious persecution by definition.
So you know for sure that was his intention, was for Muslims.
Do you want me to
he
play
called
the
it the
clip
Muslim
of him
ban.
calling it? Yeah.
No,
he
you don't
literally
have to
called
play
it the Muslim ban.
Well, I'm going to.
You don't have to play a clip. It's fine.
I'm going to. I want you to listen to it real quick.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Right. So I guess my thing on that is I don't think it should be a religious ban, but I think the issue is Muslims are currently still going into countries and taking over on that.
Wait, so you think that he was banning Muslims from entering the country because he thinks that Muslims are too as it relates to this. If you want to talk about the context, if you want to talk about the context of Donald Trump banning people, that in of itself would be still religious persecution. That you understand that it's not good. That's extremely harmful. And to say that specifically because they would want to impose. By the way, do you want to ban Christian nationalists from coming to our country because they want to impose their religion on our country?
No, I told you I disagree with
Islam religion specifically calls for that, doesn't it?
We have freedom of religion in this country. I believe in that.
Hold up, what did you say?
The Islam religion specifically calls for them to go to other countries and
it doesn't
take over basically in numbers.
No,
and they were chanting
what
death
verse
to
in the
America,
Quran says
from
that?
what I remember.
What verse in the
I don't
Quran
know.
says that?
That's just what I heard.
You don't know?
I don't know.
How about you go look up a source before you fucking say that in front of
a Muslim ban, but from what I understood at the time, it was because we were trying to slow down what was happening at our borders and fix them. That's all I was saying.
Okay, so if you want to quote unquote slow down the borders, why? What's the point of this? Why don't you want to incentivize people just to go through the legal process by making the legal process go significantly quicker? That would actually require us to make the system go quicker.
Right, and I think from what I understood at the time, the ban was so that our process could be, it could be banned on certain countries so that our process could be opened up for those who needed, what do you call it, who needed to come in.
Are you Christian?
Through the system. Yes, I am.
Isn't it said in the Bible specifically to like go and preach your religion to everywhere around the world as well?
Right, and I fully believe that. I fully believe that we should be able to go into other countries and do that. So that's what I'm saying. I don't agree with a Muslim ban.
Yeah, but so then why would you support a candidate that wants to do that?
Well, I voted for him before he did that.
So do you still, if you could go back in time right now and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris with the level of knowledge that you have right now, who would you vote for?
I would still vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, why?
Also, the Muslim ban was in his first term.
Yep.
Because my reason for voting for Donald Trump doesn't go down to policy. I mean,
Wait, hold on. Before you go too far, you said that you wouldn't vote. It was before you voted for him. Yeah, you didn't know that before you voted for him. Did you vote for him in 2024?
Yes.
Okay, so you knew about it because he implemented the Muslim ban in his first term, so you knew. So that
he ran on it in his first term too.
Right, like I said, I would still go back and vote for him. I'm not saying it's the only reason. I didn't.
So it doesn't matter.
Policy.
Yeah, so you don't care about religious persecution.
Parker, they don't care about anything. They care about their talking points. They don't believe this stuff.
Wait, could you tell me one thing Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yeah, he could do a lot of things.
Such as?
He could turn into a total dictator.
Oh, like he said he wanted it to be a dictator on day one?
Exactly. He literally said he wanted to do that.
How he's firing people at mass in the context of the government, how he's saying media organizations should be illegal, right? And he's specifically like literally saying that they should take away some of their licenses, right? We could talk about the fact that Donald Trump wanted to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. I mean, these are all things that, like, you know, historically speaking, dictators do to subvert and get rid of the opposition. They've also literally gone after, like, protests. He sent the National Guard to California to quell protests.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I just think we fundamentally disagree, and I don't. I feel like you can't really argue on things.
It was determined by a court for it to be illegal for him to send troops into Portland. He thinks it's a fucking war zone in Portland right now, which is insane. He's declaring war on cities in the United States, and you're willing to overlook all of this?
Wait,
Isn't
Parker,
that dictator-esque?
did you know that after Donald Trump after the court said that he could not send troops into Portland, he turned around and sent 300 troops to Chicago. He's deploying 300 troops to Chicago after he was told he couldn't do it to Portland. So he was told he couldn't do it in one city, so he's picking another city to do it.
So you don't believe there was reason for there wasn't? Do you believe there was unrest that needed to be handled?
Oh, in California, no.
No, I didn't say in California. I just mean wherever you're talking about.
In Chicago, no. I mean, the governor doesn't want them to go there. The people that live there don't want them to go.
He literally told the governor of Illinois to he told him either you deploy the troops or I will deploy them.
If he wants to do this, if he wants to do this, why not send them to red states where people and the governors want them to go? Red states with the highest rates of murder in the country, the highest rates of homicide in the country, the highest rates of violent crime in the country. Red states. Why doesn't he send them to red states where the governors are asking for it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Can he prove it then? Wouldn't he be able to prove it for the rest of the country? Or is he specifically trying to send it to areas in which are democratically owned to subvert the fucking rules and the laws so that he can normalize breaking the rules and people justifying him doing it? Because that, to me, sounds exactly like what a dictator does. And I'm not saying right now he currently is, because he isn't under the law currently right now, but he's a fucking wannabe dictator. He's a wannabe king. He wants to be above the law. He wants ultimate and 100% influence. He said it himself. He said that if he could make TikTok 100% MAGA, he would do it. That's what he said himself.
He said it should be illegal to criticize him. He said that.
Guys, Trump jokes a lot, and
that's not.
You don't get to joke as the president of
the president of the United States.
There's a lot of
Hold on, we're not saying that you don't get to joke. Wait, we're not saying that you don't get to joke. We're saying that you don't get to joke about being a fucking dictator. You don't get to joke about engaging in authoritarian actions because we're supposed to take the position of president fucking serious. The fact that we can't take the president serious is an issue, okay? The president is supposed to be serious. It's supposed to be professional. It's not supposed to be this fucking insane.
I don't. That's not very freedom of speech that you're preaching right now. But okay, going back to what
I didn't say the federal government should restrict that. Sorry.
The president of the United States should not joke about declaring war on a city within the United States. That's not a joke. That's a threat.
But you're the one
not a joke. That's a threat.
That he's declaring war. He never said I'm declaring war against Chicago.
He said yes. He did. He literally put out a tweet and said that we're going to show Chicago what the Department of War is all about. Donald Trump is the one doing this.
Yeah, that's not declaring war. He's showing them that we're going to come in with personnel from the Department of War. That's not him declaring war.
How much Kool-Aid do you drink a day?
Yeah, he uses the idea of you don't know whether or not it's serious or not in order to try to normalize this type of behavior. Because when there's outrage of it, people initially respond with that type of response. He backs down from it, and then later on, he goes and does it, and then there's not as much outrage about it because of the fact that we are like way later on, people have already heard about it, and then he's normalized the idea. That's Donald Trump's goal. His goal is to put his fucking toes in and to see how it fucking works, and then later on, when people aren't making an outrage about it, then go in and do it. Because people are desensitized to it.
I do agree with parts of what you're saying. In terms of Trump, that's just his style. Like, a lot of people hate on it. I don't agree with a lot of his style, but in terms of what he's actually trying to achieve, I do agree with
his style. By his style, do you mean authoritarianism? Do you mean fascism?
His rhetoric. His rhetoric.
It's not just his rhetoric. It's specifically what he's doing. He's violating people's constitutional rights. The First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, and the 14th Amendment are all amendments that Donald Trump has undermined. He's called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. That's actively undermining, right, our Constitution and our fundamental rights.
If you don't like his rhetoric, you're going to be shocked at what he's actually doing. Holy shit. Wait till you find out what he did.
I like what he's doing.
What the fuck are you even talking about?
I like what he's doing. I just don't like how he talks. I do think he's divisive.
So you like the hateful stuff that he's doing. You just don't want him to talk about the hateful stuff that he's doing.
Okay, in terms of going into cities and stuff, I think he does have the intention to stop crime in those cities. That's what he's trying to do.
Okay. So if he wants to stop crime in DC, he'll arrest himself. He's literally a criminal in DC committing crimes in DC.
But then the
and you don't want him to be taken care of? He's literally in DC, sitting in the fucking Oval Office, committing crimes.
And he's the president, which
violating the law, violating international law, killing people extrajudicially without due process rights.
Literally multiple boats.
Literally multiple boats that they had no evidence that they had DRUGS. Literally nothing. And it is absolute fucking sham that they sit there and they tell the American people that it was justified for them to literally slaughter people extrajudicially without due process with no fucking evidence of them committing those crimes that at all would not be justifiable specifically to give people the death penalty for, and you didn't have the fucking jurisdiction over because it's in international waters. And also, you could have literally arrested them. Couldn't you have fucking arrested them? As soon as they got to the United States, why do you have to fucking murder them? Why do you have to drone strike them? That's fucking insane. And the normalization of that is quite frankly disgusting because they can do it to fucking anyone if they claim that shit. They can do it to fucking anyone around the world. That's what they're trying to establish in terms of a precedence, is that they can just fucking extrajudicially drone strike anyone around the entire fucking world with no fucking backlash.
Is that not what we've done?
I want to understand, like, I want to understand where you draw the line, because if he did send out evidence that these people definitely had drugs in these boats and they were definitely coming to America,
what
would you be okay with that?
What DRUGS? What? Tell me which one specifically. Actually, hold up. Wait. You can't say the name specifically. Say like F drug or say like M drug. Say something like that.
F drug and M drug, yeah, all the big drugs that are killing people.
So then arrest them. If it's F drug specifically.
Okay, but so arrest them, and then the next person comes, and you just have to continue arresting people every single time they come.
Yep.
So
you don't just drone strike people.
Wait,
you don't just
that's
drone
what I was about to say.
You arrest them. You don't drone. Hello? We live in the United States of America. You don't just fucking drone strike people. We don't believe. Do you believe in the death penalty?
Okay, but
wait, I have a question. Are you pro-life?
This is a trap question, but
no, it's not. Are you pro-life?
I don't really. Am I pro-life?
Everything's a trap question. You don't know anything.
Do I believe in abortion? I don't really care about. I just don't really care. Do I think that there should be the death penalty? Yeah, I do. Like if somebody has committed like a crime that's egregious enough,
like violent sex offenders, should they get the death penalty?
I mean, it depends. It depends on like when you say violent sex offender, what do they do? Like if they're out and they like raped a bunch of little kids and
if they forcibly penetrated a woman's vagina against her will, and they were found to have committed that offense by the law, would you say that it is the case that they should be given the death penalty?
I don't think that's a death penalty. In my opinion, I don't think that's death penalty.
But specifically having drugs is?
Wow.
Okay, so
but having drugs is?
Wow.
That's a death sentence, but not committing a violent sexual offense.
How many?
Wow.
Those drugs are going to kill many Americans.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you not think? Do you not think that the trauma from sexual assault kills Americans? Do you not think sexual assault kills Americans?
Okay, let's say they had like, I don't know, like a shit ton of kilos of, F drug coming in that has potential.
You can prevent that from happening by arresting them. You don't have to kill them.
I'm not saying that I'm opposed to arresting them. what I'm saying.
Wait, how about this? How about this? U.S. citizens, where you know that they are.
Can I explain myself?
No, U.S. citizens.
Can I explain myself?
U.S. citizens that we know have F drug. Is it okay to drone strike them?
No.
Why not?
Because they're American citizens. Okay, can I explain though what? So Trump, what his intention?
You can backpedal all you want. You're not getting out of this one, bud. Your backpedaling will not work this time.
There is no backpedaling. I'm explaining.
Wait,
what
so by the way, if the person was a German, if the person wasn't a U.S. citizen and they were a German citizen, but they were in the country, right? And they specifically had DRUGS, F drug, would you say it's okay to drone strike them?
If I don't care where they're from. If they're not a U.S. citizen and they're trying to smuggle a shit ton of F drug into the country, I think I'm okay with drone striking them. But I'm also okay.
Nuts. That's fucking nuts.
I'm also
holy shit, dude. That's fucking crazy, man.
I don't think
you
that's
could just
crazy.
arrest them. Why do you want to fucking drone strike them?
Let me explain.
You're advocating to drone strike people. What are you talking about? You're literally advocating to drone strike them just for literally.
You asked. Why do we have to drone strike people?
Yes, you can put them in prison, bro.
Okay, but here's the difference. Here's the difference with drone striking versus putting them in prison. With drone striking, like, that is a much more effective way to stop them from doing that.
Holy shit.
If you're just taking them,
it gets worse the more you talk.
I'm sorry. You can prevent them from doing that by arresting them. What do you mean by a more effective way of stopping them from doing that? If they're arrested, doesn't that also prevent them from doing it?
Hey, MAGA church lady, do you think that we should be drone striking innocent people and taking lives as well?
No. I think the vote was different because I think it was more of if they felt like it was an attack on our country, then yes, I understand why they did it.
So you're good with the drone strikes too?
But I'm not saying we should have or I agree with it, but I'm saying I have understanding on why the decision was made. That doesn't mean I think we should.
What do you mean? Wait, what understanding do you have about it?
I mean, you don't think that the Democrats have made calls on things like that too? Like, I don't understand. Isn't that what we do? We have to make
random votes.
Wait, I'm sorry. Democrats, if the Democrats did exactly that, I would disagree with it. I disagree with any of the Democrats doing stuff like that. Well, I'm sorry. I can call out both sides. I can do that.
Right.
This is insane.
And I can too, which is why I'm saying crazy. I personally don't agree with it. But I'm saying if they felt, I don't know the situation. If they felt like it was an attack on us and it was worth using military, I understand it. I don't support it.
I'm sorry. That's international. That was in international waters as well.
Exactly.
Right. I don't know.
And that's violating international law.
How many people will die if those drugs get into our country?
If you arrest them, the drugs won't get into the country.
Yeah, but it's not about.
And by the way, let me make this fucking clear. Let me make this really clear. You have no evidence that there were drugs. You have none.
Exactly.
You have you have fucking allegations. You just have claims. There is no evidence of drugs being there. You guys are just claiming that as a fucking reason to murder them. I'm sorry. That's fucking nuts. There's no evidence. There was no evidence.
I agree with you on that. Like, there has to be. They have to be 100% sure that these guys are.
That's why you arrest them, bud. Literally, that's why you arrest them, and you actually take them to court and you prove it instead of just drone striking them. Literally, that's what Parker's been saying.
I don't think that they're just like, oh, that boat over there might have some drugs. Let's just drone strike them.
Right, you guys don't know the logistics either.
That's literally.
You don't.
Wait, I'm sorry. And they just say, oh, we're just gonna say that they had drugs. That's it. That's literally. There's no fucking evidence. What evidence did they tell me? What was the evidence that they had drugs? I'm sorry.
What
You guys need
evidence have
all
they
this
tried to
evidence
present?
for all
I
this
don't
evidence.
know,
Wait,
because-
hold up. You need all of this evidence to say that Donald Trump sexually abused someone, but you don't need any evidence to say that they had drugs and have to fucking murder them. I'm serious.
No, I agree. There should be evidence. I agree. There should be.
I'm saying
evidence.
none of us have evidence, and that's why this isn't really a productive conversation because none of us know.
That's why instead of taking people lives, you arrest them and then you prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law if it is found that they do have it.
Which is
That's
why I'm
why
saying
you. That's
if
why you
there
do
was,
that instead of actually taking their lives, instead of just drone striking any boat that leaves a certain area.
right, and I agree with you, but I'm saying you don't know.
Insane.
You don't know the information that they had if they genuinely felt like it was an attack and they had to do.
Okay, I'm gonna pause this for a second. I need to catch up and everything with the donate. This is like honestly a crazy conversation. It's a
This
really
is
fucking
fucking
insane
wild.
conversation. There is no evidence that they were drug boats, and even if they were drug boats, that is not a reason to fucking literally drone strike them. It's not a reason, because again, if it was the case that you didn't want them to be in the context of the United States, you could have just arrested them as soon as they get onto U.S. territory. That's exactly what you're supposed to do in these contexts, is whenever they get into U.S. jurisdiction, then you can make the arrest. It is not to literally, without due process, murder people where you have no evidence that they are literally even bringing drugs to the country. This is an insane take. This is an insane conversation. I can't even fucking believe that this is a conversation that that has to be done because Donald Trump is advocating for this and normalizing this within our country. It's fucking disgusting and it's despicable. It really is. I got to catch up. I got to keep up. I'm like literally over an hour behind. I got to catch up. Give me 1 second and then we'll continue on to the conversation. This is crazy. I want people to know that this is fucking insane and crazy. And that this is not, fucking normal shit. It really isn't. Sean, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Be kind. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Sean, thank you for the $2. April, thank you for the $2. I appreciate it. Beyond, thank you for the $5. Charlie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Angie, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Angel, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Odin, thank you for the $5. SKZ, thank you so much for the $5. If that's specifically the thing in California, you want to vote for redistricting in California. Absolutely. Carla, thank you for the $5. Carolina, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as let me catch up on YouTube and on Venmo and Cash App and PayPal. Mad, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Mad. Can we get some W's for Mad in the comment section? Cynthia, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it, Cynthia. Thank you so much. Chelsea with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Chelsea. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And then Tyler, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Free Palestine, absolutely. And yes, I have. It's actually insane. As well as Aurora, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As a formal federal officer of the U.S. Coast Guard, it was our job to intercept, detail, and determine if they have drugs, not summary execution. Literally. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, it's thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Carla, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I know, it's so sick. It's so sick what's happening. Sean, thank you for the $2. Alrighty, let me unmute them. Santana, do you have anyone to thank real quick?
Yeah. Jennifer, thank you for the $2. Yeah, I already clocked her. I know MAGA church lady. That's what she's trying to do. And also, Angela, thank you for the $1. You are absolutely amazing. Yes, I think that her husband is as well.
User got flagged, so I had to.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, me neither. Josh, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, though. Trump ran on being the most transparent administration, and yet people accept this information with absolutely no transparency or evidence.
It's a bunch of trust me bros. They actually accept trust me bros when it comes to Trump.
Yeah. So I guess, Bailey, has any of this been convincing to you at all? Like, to be like, Trump's like a bad person, he's doing things that are violating the law?
Yeah, I mean, it's good to have conversations. That's why I wanted to join. I'm genuinely, like, I'm not far right. I am middle of the ground. And that's what I was trying to say about the drone strike is I don't know enough about it. Like you were saying, we don't have evidence. So I really can't say whether it was an okay thing to do or not, because I don't know what was happening. And all I was saying was, if it was something where we felt it was an attack to our country, then I understand, but that doesn't mean I agree. I'm just saying from a governmental standpoint, I don't know the information. So I don't want you to think I'm for drone strikes on people. I do disagree with that. And so I think it's good to have this conversation because it's something I haven't really looked into. I've kind of stayed out of the media this week. So I just, yeah.
Okay. So could you tell me something Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
I mean, obviously, if he murdered somebody, if he
murdered somebody, like literally what we were just talking about.
Well, I think it's different on the terms of a government. I mean, what about Hillary Clinton with Benghazi? Like, what about
there's no
I think
evidence
there's.
here. Wait, hold up. Seriously, I just want to be very clear. They murdered people with no evidence.
Right. I don't know the story, so that's what I'm saying. I can't sit here and say one way or the other. I don't really feel like this is a productive argument because I don't know the information, and neither do you. Like you said, we don't have the evidence. We don't have any evidence.
If there is no evidence, there's no justification. Right? Even if there was evidence, there's still not justification.
Right. Other than there's things in the government that are classified that we don't get to know. Right.
Also, can we call out the fact that she's been hiding behind like quote unquote no evidence or not having sources because she's on the phone, she can't look it up. Like you've been making statements this entire time that you've been here, and you've been hiding behind not having access to X, Y, or Z.
Well, I'm going off of Parker's phrase of there's no evidence of the drugs. That's all I'm saying is we don't have that evidence. I literally haven't even seen the story. I really, I don't. So that's why I haven't really said much to it because I don't know the situation.
I think you know enough. I think any human being knows enough, right? Just based on what we've talked about in the conversation to say that they don't support it. Like genuinely.
Right. And I said I don't support.
Empathy, you don't support it. And it's a reason to say, like, again, if you're saying that murdering someone is a reason that you would not support him based upon, this is explicitly him doing that.
Right. I'm saying if it is not a form of governmental, what would you call it? Like interaction in military interaction, then yes.
That's not a military interaction.
Shooting off a whatever it was.
Was there any type of government or military on the other side?
Well, it was our military that shot the drone, right? That's what I'm saying. I don't have any.
So our military targeting civilians.
Right. I don't have any evidence to say that they had reason or didn't have reason, and neither do you, other than you don't think they should do it.
There is no evidence that they were drug boats.
Okay. And that's what I'm saying, but you can't say something's murder when it was a military action.
Wait. Hold on. Really quick. So you can't make a definitive statement and you don't want to like say that it's, wrong or whatever because you don't have evidence, right? You don't have enough evidence to really make a definitive statement, right?
Right.
Okay. And you're a Christian, right?
Yes.
And you believe in Jesus, right?
Right.
What concrete evidence that you have that Jesus existed?
The Bible.
Who wrote the Bible?
Multiple authors over time. It's actually the most accurate historical book.
It's not. It's absolutely not. It's literally not.
Okay.
It's literally not.
I disagree.
I hear you, but you're disagreeing because of the fifis and your tum-tum. Literally, it's not. Harry Potter might be more accurate than the Bible.
Okay. It's the most. You can take religion out of it. It's one of the most historically
It's not a historical.
accurate,
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You want to name me one historical action or event that happened in the Bible, or that happened in the Gospels? How about that?
Well, the death of Jesus.
Okay, that's a good one. What about another one?
Wait, so are you just saying a person died is the most historical thing? I'm like, wait.
Yeah, there's like so many.
Yeah, you can bank on somebody dying.
Oh, so the Roman Empire. I mean, everything about the Roman Empire is
Well, like, as,
historically accurate.
So, by the
as
way,
Santana said,
in order to establish the truth of Christianity, you have to literally provide evidence of, like, for example, a miracle, not just Jesus existing as a person or dying on a cross. Those are things that are done by human beings that have existed throughout history, not evidence of there being some sort of God that, you know, like, literally can walk on water or turn water
Well, he
into
just asked
wine
for historical
and raise
evidence.
from the dead like a zombie.
Wait, the Roman
He asked
Empire
for-
was
a
also
dude
around with, like
died.
Jupiter. So I mean, like, what's your point about gods?
What are you trying to add? All you asked me was if there was a historical moment that was recorded outside of the Bible, and I said,
Yeah, you named one. I mean,
Okay,
the like big one, right? But you couldn't name any other ones. You named the Roman Empire.
well,
like,
everybody
okay,
started
then
talking. The
I
Dead
wasn't
Sea
talking. I was
Scrolls.
listening.
I mean, the Dead Sea Scrolls. They all were found, and they were found in completely different places, all saying the same thing.
Oh, okay. So then, why do the Dead Sea Scrolls, like for example, in the book of Isaiah, have 30% more than what the Bible has?
Because there was a whole process on what can be canonized and what can't, and those ones that didn't get put in the Bible didn't meet the qualifications.
Wait, hold on. The Dead Sea Scrolls are older than any text that we have of the Old Testament.
Right.
By like centuries. Why aren't we using what's older to like use as like what was actually true?
Because what happened was, the reason it didn't make it in is because when the author there was a certain amount of years between when the author who wrote it versus when it was written. And if it was over, I think it's like 400 years, then it's not, it doesn't count as canon.
Well,
of the actual
okay. Well, then you're saying that, okay, I don't understand what you're saying. If the author has been gone for over 400 years, then we can't take it seriously. That's what you're saying, correct?
Not that we don't, I mean, I still read those books. I'm not saying we can't take it seriously. It just can't be canonized into what's called scripture.
So then why do we canonize every single book of the Old Testament, since every single book is over 1,000 years old? Why do we canonize those books? Why do we canonize Genesis? Or like
Because it
Exodus
was-
or Leviticus?
Because they were written.
Why do we
because
canonize any of them, right?
because they were written, the author who wrote them, it was within the amount of being canonized in the
You
years.
think the author of Genesis was within the limit of canonization when the Dead Sea Scrolls quote Genesis 400 years before the author even lived?
I'm not sure.
I don't understand this logic. Like, how can the Dead Sea Scrolls be not relevant, but they quote Genesis, but the author was born within the time of like when it was said to be sacred?
Who was the author of Genesis?
We don't know, but the very traditional author is Moses.
MAGA church lady, you getting cooked.
No, I'm not.
Okay, hold on, Bailey. I seriously am not trying to like be mean here, but your line of logic, like about like a minute ago, actually did say, you basically said that the entire Old Testament can be thrown out because the authors all lived over 1,000 years before, like when it happened. I'm just saying.
No, I didn't say when it happened. I said when it was written down.
Okay, I mean then as
Because
I said,
it was passed down. I mean, there were things that were passed down by mouth for a long time, like the Book of Enoch. It was passed down by mouth for about 700 years, which is why the Book of Enoch is not in Scripture. But the Book of Genesis, the Book of Exodus, it was under that 400-year thing from when it was written to who wrote it, or to when it happened.
Okay, and this is my last point. And then I'll let
If there was a story word of mouth passed down since literally the beginning of America, would you accept that story as true?
It depends. If there were multiple people stating that it happened and there were multiple writings of it, yes. Because that's what the Bible is. It's multiple. They found multiple writings of it all across the world.
But the
and it was
the writings are from hundreds of years after it happened.
Right, but they were all in different parts of the world and they all said the same thing.
That's a new criteria.
That's what makes it so amazing, is because it's written. It was all of the same thing. It was written and it was passed on correctly. It's the only book that's historically accurate in that way.
Bailey, you still can't get out of the fact that the Dead Sea Scrolls quotes the entire Old Testament plus some, and Dead Sea Scrolls are the oldest texts of the Old Testament. By your logic, if they were repeated like over and over again, then what is said in the Dead Sea Scrolls should there be actually in the Bible, but yet it's not. And so why is it that survives, but the others didn't?
So what parts, I guess, are you saying didn't make it in?
30% of Isaiah.
Mm-hmm.
30% of Isaiah is longer in the Dead Sea Scrolls than it is in any other text, right? But yet that is the most complete edition of the Old Testament that we have that is ancient. The most complete. We have over 90% of it.
Right. I don't know, and maybe it was because there wasn't enough of it found like across the board. You know what I mean?
Well, okay. I think you kind of understand kind of the like illogic nature of all this, you know. So I mean, using that basic criterion is not good. But I'll let Parker take over from now.
I just want to know really quick, does she believe in Paul Bunyan?
Paul Bunyan. I mean, honestly, I don't even remember which one he was. I mean, I remember his name.
Parker laid out an amazing criteria about like a story passed down through the history of the United States that's, you know, been upheld and accurate in the actual passing of the story. Like everybody knows Paul Bunyan, right? So like Paul Bunyan has, by your logic, Paul Bunyan has to be true as well, right?
Well, it depends. Did hundreds of people write about Paul Bunyan for hundreds of years?
Yeah,
and
Paul Bunyan has been around forever.
And it was the same story over and over again?
Paul Bunyan, his axe, his ox, all of it.
I don't know. I guess it depends on the reason the story of Paul Bunyan was written.
All right.
I don't remember that story. I remember the name. I just don't remember the story.
Yeah, I've had it, Parker. Oh, he's zoned out.
Yeah. Start talking about Paul Bunyan. Parker said, "I'm
We're
out
talking
of
about
here."
Paul Bunyan and Parker like space.
Parker said, "I'm out of here."
my brain just ran out of the room. Like, that's what happened.
That was funny. You were like staring like into something. I was like, "Yep."
Yeah, I was
he
in
has checked
space,
out.
bro. I was in space.
Yeah.
I don't even know what happened. So I guess where could we go from now at this point?
Oh well, I do want to say, by the way,
I guess.
Yeah, I just want to say too, on the whole Venezuela boat, bombing. They didn't even notify Congress until like very recently, and when they did, senators from both sides came out of the like meeting saying that they were deeply unhappy and they didn't get a lot of answers. So even by the constitutional standards that only one branch gets to actually say that we're in a war or not, Trump is giving less than like actually good answers to that one body. And so you should be worried about that because he has provided to us zero evidence of like who these people are, and all he's saying is that they're like terrorists or something. And we have no evidence for that. And yet it just keeps happening. Like it's happened 4 times now. 17 people have been killed. And we have no idea, like, you know, if they're like just like base innocent, if they actually did anything. We have no idea.
Yeah, I do think that's concerning.
Yeah. And like my criterion is always, would you guys on the other side be in a real uproar if Joe Biden did this? Or if like or if like Obama did this, would you guys be blowing the sound about how they're dictators now and they're just killing people and all this other stuff? Because I think you guys would be sounding the alarm.
I really don't know. I don't know how I would have reacted. I think for me, I'm pretty anti-war, so I'm against both sides. I think all the way back to George W. Bush, which is when I was younger. I mean, I disagree with all the war stuff.
We share your anti-war stance, right? But like, why is the president getting to decide whether or not we're in like an actual military conflict? Like he is just giving an order saying, now we're in a conflict. And by the way, this is now a new military conflict that did not exist prior. So he has opened up a brand new face of like military conflict. You guys cannot claim anymore that he's anti-war or that he like trying to solve all conflicts. He actually started one.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's concerning.
Yeah, it's very concerning.
I don't disagree with you on that.
Okay, let me ask you one more question, and then I'll leave it. And I think this is a good question. If Donald Trump continues on the same path, okay, that he's doing now, and it even gets worse, but let's just say that it stays the same, and we're 1 year from now, will you vote not in his interest? Basically saying, would you vote for the opposite party to keep him in check?
No, because I didn't vote for Donald Trump fully. I didn't vote for Donald Trump fully because of Donald Trump. I mean, for me, I'm seeing the whole picture of things. I think that our government system, the reason I first voted for Donald Trump, I think our government system was very corrupt. I believe that both sides, like I said, were being bought out by war.
You basically want to burn it down, and I'm very critical, as is Parker and Santana, of people on the left who say let's just burn it down, and I think people on the right who say let's just burn it down are equally wrong. You cannot be okay with the systematic harm that he is causing to millions of Americans. Like he and the Republicans are this year letting millions of people lose health care coverage via the ACA. He doesn't give a damn about it, right? Like people like my mom who's on the ACA, she's going to lose her health care coverage because she can't afford it anymore. Right? He is systematically, for every single day and every single week and every single month, he is making life harder and worse for millions of Americans. And you won't even put in like a simple check, like just like one party for like one house, and that's too much.
Honestly, the things I see on the left are worse to me. So I just think
like what?
That's where I'm at. Well, obviously, just...
I bet she's going to go down Transphobia Avenue.
I'm not, actually, because I think gay marriage should be legal.
Gay marriage has nothing to do with transgender people.
I'm middle of the road on a lot of things.
What's so bad on our side?
I mean, we talked a little bit about it. I disagree with the policies of the social economics and everything. I disagree with, obviously, abortion. I really don't want to argue these things, though. That's why I'm like, I don't know if I want to get into this. But
Because here's one question I would ask, because I want to get off here pretty soon, because I've been over 5 hours and I'm definitely starting to get really tired. So I guess here's my point: is that do you think that just because something is sinful, it should be illegal?
No, but I think abortion is beyond that.
Okay, so you essentially are picking which sins you think should be illegal and which ones you think should not be illegal, correct?
Well, I mean, we do already murder. Position. Murder would be a sin, and it's also illegal, right?
Well,
I mean, we do that already.
Right? I understand, but I'm just saying that that's your perspective. It's not based upon your religious view. It's based upon your own personal, individual view, correct?
It's based on human rights.
Okay, so then specifically, I'll ask you this question. So, why do you think abortion is wrong in the first trimester?
Because so here's where I'm willing, as someone on the right, I'm willing to have exceptions if that will get us somewhere. But I believe that all ending of a life is murder.
Would you make all of it like illegal, like all of it?
Not illegal. I mean, I guess illegal. I don't want people to go to prison for having abortions.
No. I'm asking you, would you make every single one of the exceptions illegal?
Would I make what?
Every single one of the exceptions illegal.
No, because I said I would be willing for there to be compromise in order for us to meet somewhere.
How do you feel
I know in America we're not going to ever get fully 100% abortion.
How do you feel about drone striking fetuses?
Yeah, I disagree with drone strikes. I already said that.
No, the fetuses specifically.
Well, yeah, fetuses. I will tell you this. I did IVF for my children to have kids. And I completely disagree with even destroying embryos. So. Oh,
so I believe that was killing them. Well, IVF in general, you think probably should be banned because the average.
No, I disagree with that stance.
I think the average patient, right, discards multiple zygotes and embryos.
Right. I believe there should be reform, but I disagree with IVF being banned. I disagree with my party on that. I know that they've started pushing one way, and I've stood up against that.
Okay, so then you don't think it's just because it's life. So is it wrong for if I had in a petri dish a zygote, I slap that zygote to kill it for TikTok and YouTube content, right? Do you think I should go to ban or I should go to prison?
Only if it was illegal, but I don't think that's illegal right now.
Okay, so you think I could commit murder under your worldview and I shouldn't go to prison?
Well, I'm saying if you were criminalized for it. I do think it's the ending of a life. Here's the question.
Do you think I should be criminalized for it?
No, because that's what I'm saying. I think there's exceptions. I disagree with it. I think
exceptions. How is there an exception for me slapping a zygote on a stream?
Parker's new exception: just slapping the shit out of a zygote.
Well, I'm saying
As long as you don't drone strike the zygotes.
Yeah, don't drone strike it, Parker.
I'm saying right now people are destroying embryos. So at this point right now, no, you would not go to prison. But I do disagree with them being destroyed. I don't think they should. Here's my thing. It's not that I don't think they should be destroyed. I don't think they should be allowed to make that many to begin with in the beginning. So when you go through,
they have to in order to make it viable.
They don't. They don't. Because
they do. You can't just take one and make sure that one implants. The whole reason why they do it is because it's very expensive and they want to get the best bang for the buck in case some of them fails. Because even when you implant them, there's no guarantee that it's going to sit. It might miscarry. There are like many reasons, which is why you have backups.
Right, but if you're for universal health care and covering all of that, then it wouldn't matter on how much it costs, right? If you're for
no, it still costs a lot. It doesn't matter who's paying for it. It
no,
still costs.
A lot of places cover that, and so.
And if you believe in universal health care, you're not a Trump supporter. There's no.
No, I don't believe in universal health care. I'm just saying, if you believe that people should have free access to all of this, then it really wouldn't matter the price.
Wait,
you don't,
Bailey. You do know that the single greatest. Well, actually, there's two. There's two great ways to reduce abortions to extremely low levels, and that is to have universal education and a robust universal healthcare system to make sure that every person has access to healthcare and they don't have to worry about it, so they're not afraid to go to a doctor to get birth control or to go to a doctor and get seen and ask questions when they have a fucking $20 or $30 copay plus their deductible plus their co-insurance.
Right.
Also,
I guess
mandatory vasectomies. Don't forget about mandatory vasectomies.
I just, for me, I live in a state where we have a healthcare system that covers the majority of people that would have an issue, and because it's poverty, low income healthcare. And then we also have, I was saying earlier, I live in the Cherokee Nation where basically everyone in our town has free healthcare. So I do see that here, I don't really.
You've said that now the same thing since we got on the live. I don't think this has been productive. Is there anything else you'd like to say before?
Bailey, I really hope, Bailey, this is the last thing I'll say, Parker, and I'm going to shut up. I really hope that you'll see the harm that's going to happen over the next year and that you continue to listen, because we'll be sharing stories from people who are actually impacted by all this stuff, and that you will at least vote in somebody who can at least put a check so that it's not as bad, because you've agreed that several of his policies are pretty damn bad by your own standard, and yet you can't see past it. So I just implore you to maybe listen to the human stories that are being harmed here, and that you make the right decision next year.
Okay. I just think we view things completely differently. So that's why I haven't even really tried to argue it. I think we just see things totally different.
Well, we do, but I think there's a sliver of hope for you, because you see how things are bad. You're just not willing to go the extra mile. You're not willing to realize we on the Democrats, we have anti-abortion Democrats on our side. I can name you people who are very religious and very anti-Democrat, and yet we still welcome them into the tent, right? Just because you have differing opinions doesn't mean that we want to actually be. It's have you to vote for the other party. We want you to vote for us so that you can join us to make this country better, because that's what we believe in, and that's what we show to be true.
But
and right now, all evidence shows that fucking Congress is just flat out just wrecking this country.
You guys cancel and kick out your own people so much. I think that's what is really hard about the Democrats is people don't feel like they can join if they have middle of the ground beliefs because it's getting so radicalized.
So are the Republicans. Trump has prosecuted people who have been middle of the ground, who have said bad things about him. Trump has weaponized this. Democrats have never weaponized it in that way where we've gone after our moderates or our conservatives. Joe Manchin is doing just fine right now. So I don't know what you're talking about. Donald Trump is using the DOJ to go after people who are actually very conservative, but they're just anti-Trump. And so don't tell me about the party is like being cancel culture when the entire like Trump and everybody else are like trying to systematically cancel people in both the media and in government.
Also, I'll just like to say, like the Democratic Party, Democrats, and we may have differences and we may disagree on certain things, but, you know, we kind of draw the line at cooing the country. You know, we kind of don't want to overthrow the government and, you know, hang the vice president and stuff like that. We're just not good with that. I mean, you guys might like it, but we don't want that.
Yeah, I think for me, I just believe that there's so many things that in our government system built in that need to be torn down, and that's what I believe is happening. And I think I think we're in the process. That kind of thing isn't fun because it does causes strife, and I think that's where we're at right now. But I think we're all in our beliefs. We're all more unified. I mean, we all want for the betterment of the country. We all want better.
That was God intervening.
Look at Jeebus.
Yeah, we agreed. That was God intervening.
And so I think that's where we're, you know, we really do agree, but it's just so polarizing right now because there's so much being torn down that needs to be torn down, in my opinion.
It's because
you're voting for the people who are tearing it down, Bailey.
Yeah, you're literally voting.
I'm sorry, Bailey, but that's the truth. Yeah,
well, I think it needs
truth.
to be torn down. That's what I'm saying. There are things that need to be torn down.
Didn't you just say they're tearing it down?
Bailey,
yeah, I
I'm
said
sorry.
It needs to be torn down.
How is it a good thing for tens of millions of people to lose their health care in this country? How is that a good thing?
Because
please
it makes
explain
way
that
for
to me.
a better. It makes way for a better system. I can tell you.
You're willing to let. Okay, I'm
any
sorry.
system.
You're willing to let people die and get sick with no health care simply because you are hoping for a better system. You're hoping that like something will come along.
Well, I can tell you personally.
Where's Trump's health care plan?
Well, I can tell you personally, I have not had health care in 5 years. Because
that's awful.
No, it's not. I've managed because it's ridiculous. No, it's ridiculous. With healthcare, I would be paying $2,000 a month or more for my family, and so I.
And you shouldn't have to. That's our point.
Right?
You're making our point.
Because the hospitals jack up. They jack up the bills. I think that big pharma. I think there's things like big pharma that need to be torn down. That's ridiculous to charge $40,000.
Torn down? What are you now like on the left? You want to tear down private institutions? Like what are you like? You're all over the place.
They shouldn't have a monopoly, right? I think.
We have anti-monopoly laws.
Yeah, but it's happening. It's happening in our system.
Donald Trump is trying to deregulate those as well.
Yeah, I don't know what you're like. We have all these things in place and everything. Like you recognize problems, okay?
So you don't think,
I don't like big pharma either, but we shouldn't tear down the single greatest like sector of modern pharmaceuticals.
I think we should like regulate the pharmaceutical industry. You know?
Yeah, maybe we do that. Like let's heavily regulate it and make sure that it's following by the damn rules. All the reforms, Bailey, that like you want and that you want to see better in the community, we agree with you. Let's regulate the shit out of it.
Yep.
Right, and that's why I think you guys don't realize how close you are to what Donald Trump actually believes.
He doesn't want to do that.
I really do think y'all are polarized.
He said concepts of a plan for healthcare. What was his healthcare plan?
Well, you know what he did last time was he made hospitals have to tell the amount of what something costs. And you know what?
That doesn't make it cheaper.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does, because then I can go as someone who doesn't.
Is there very much evidence that indicates that? And also, like, where is this for us to be able to find?
As someone who doesn't have health care, I can walk in and say, how much would it cost for me to get this MRI done here? And I could shop around.
How is the 100% increase in tariffs on pharmaceuticals? How is that helpful for people who need medicine?
I don't know, because I don't know much about the tariffs, to be honest.
That's one of his most signature policies. What is happening?
To be fair, she doesn't know much about much, so.
Bailey, I'm trying to meet you halfway here. Like, I really am. I think you agree with us in principle on some things, but like, you have the wrong approach. Like, and now Jesus is taking away your like. So okay, now he brought it back.
Someone mentioned in the comments about being native. That doesn't mean I go to them for everything. I just want to say that. It's like I said, it's hard to get in. So
you're a native?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Is there anything else you'd like to say before I go on to before I not go on to the next person before I get off for tonight?
Call it a wrap.
No, I think I'm done. Thank you for the conversation.
You're welcome.
Okay.
And for being respectful and all that.
Have a good night.
Take care.
Alrighty, everyone. We're gonna get off for tonight. My brain is cooked.
Yeah.
Absolutely cooked.
That was weird.
I got a few people to thank.
Weird.
Yeah, me too.
Tonight was a weird night.
I got a couple.
Nightblade, thank you so much for the $5. Michelle, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Lori, thank you so much for the $10. And Kelly with the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Kelly in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Kelly. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Kelly in the comment section right now. As well as Mark, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Mark. Errol, again, thank you for the $10. Thank you. And then let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube real quick. If you're on YouTube, I would also really appreciate if you like the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Soul, thank you so much for the $5. Cara, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Lisa with the $2. Funky, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Josh with the $5. Soul again, thank you for the $2. Megan with the $2. Thank you. Zero, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Soul again with the $5. Thank you. Sean with the $5, and then George, thank you for the $2. Thank you, everyone. Go ahead.
I thank you, Nightshade, for the $5. I thank you, Nightshade. I appreciate it. That's it, Santana. You can go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Michael, for the 30. You're fucking awesome. Maritime, thank you for the 2. I'll look into that. I'll check it. Also, Nightblade, thank you for the 5. I appreciate you.
Alrighty, everyone. Have a fantastic night. Santana, are you gonna go live?
No, I'm going to bed. It's t-shirt time. Matt, go live. Let's rate Matt.
Hell no. It's late here, and I kind of took something, so I'm a little bit on the elevation scale. So you would not want to see me now. I'm not. But, I was.
I'm going to FaceTime because now I want to see you.
No,
yeah,
I was actually on Parker's live once, like 2 years ago, I think, and I was a little bit elevated, and that was funny. That. Yeah. I get giggly, so be forewarned. So, okay, I'm dropping.
All right,
thanks, Parker.
Right. Good night, guys.
Bye,
everyone. Bye-bye, y'all. Good night, everyone.